go. All right, what's going on, everybody? Metal Dad's here with Always Turbo.
Oh, hey.
Today we got Cypher with us today. He's sitting over here in his monster shirt. Say so.
Hi.
And as always as well, we have Flynn on the bass. Play us something, Flynn. Walk us into it. Flynn doesn't like being on camera. Apparently there's no internet, but we seem to be on the internet out here. My son just texted me, there's no internet.
Well, guess it's just outer net.
Yeah, we got rid of the inner part.
Yeah.
Fuck that. We don't need that.
Exactly.
He doesn't realize that if he can't text me if there's no internet.
Wow. It is at times like those you wonder why you keep a college fund. I mean, you ever stop and go, like, I always thought there was no idiots in my bloodline, but fuck. I do it at least 3 times a day.
Yeah.
And that's just when I do shit.
Like I literally opened my phone up so I could share the link to the thing with you.
Yeah.
And the first thing I get was, there's no internet. And
Well, then how the fuck's there a link?
Well, then how are we live on the internet and how are you texting me through iMessage?
You know he's watching this right now going, Dad is talking about me on the internet. He is so fucked when he goes to bed. He's got that weird fucking juggalo dude out there. I'm going to get an axe. It's going to be great.
Or he's sitting in the kitchen wondering how to get to the living room with the GPS not working.
Yeah, no shit, eh? trying to figure out how the whole world fucking functions. Yeah. I get it.
Oh, man.
Lord.
So there was some function in the world going on today.
Uh-oh, what
Dude, Meatloaf.
Oh.
Yeah, Meatloaf passed away. That's
No.
Oh, shit.
No, you know what pissed me off? I for years, I love meatloaf, I think, especially with onions.
yeah.
But I always thought Meatloaf was Jim Steinman.
Jim Steinman. I don't know that name.
Jim Steinman wrote all the shit on Bat Out of Hell.
Oh, okay.
Jim Steinman was a songwriter, and he did like other bands he did was like Driving. I don't know if you remember Driving and Crying.
That rings a bell.
They were a Jim Steinman production.
Okay. Wow. So he wrote all these tunes and just would get the bands to do it. Wow.
For years, I thought Meatloaf was Jim Steinman because, you know, I was so fucking stupid. I didn't realize that people paid other people to put words in their mouth.
Right. Yeah.
Which is kind of stupid. But
unless they write like Jim Steinman, apparently.
Yeah, man. The secret is get a fat guy that can wail.
Yeah, or what's his name? Bernie Taupin, same thing, right? You know,
Yeah.
all those tunes for Elton. Most of them, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And,
yeah.
You know, and every time I see it, I just think to myself, wow, Billie Holiday's rolling over in her fucking grave right now. Man.
Yeah. But, you know.
But then again, she didn't write half her shit either.
That and it's, I don't know. I like to write my own stuff too, you know, like not all the time, but I do. But
I love a good cover tune.
But when you read like some of the lyrics some of these people come up with, you could kind of go, okay, yeah, you're a born writer. Like,
yeah,
you know, I could see how some folks, I just find it weird that you wouldn't, I don't know, why wouldn't you want to write your own stuff? But I don't know, maybe some folks just don't care. They're not into that.
I mean, some people don't have the talent for it.
Yeah, or don't believe in themselves or something.
They don't have the process. They don't understand how to develop a process for it, right?
Yeah.
So you get, or quite simply, have a lot of talent and a whole big drug problem.
I sent it off to you there, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Not to interrupt, but I'm also texting 2 different people while I'm on the phone.
Oh, there you go. While you're online doing a podcast.
While I'm online doing a podcast, I'm not being asked to do an interview for Consciously Aware Men. Well, so apparently my big mouth saying that maybe it's not all men's fault is getting some attention.
So let me get this straight. You're going to do an interview about consciously aware men.
Apparently. Well, somebody's doing some
Is this on OnlyFans by any chance?
I don't know. Somebody.
Because if it's an on
I
OnlyFans,
commented-
I guarantee you there's Vaseline involved, homie.
Whoa, yep.
No, it's not that. I don't think anyway.
You thought this was.
We're gonna find out what it is because I want to go down the rabbit hole and see what's up.
Yeah, it sounds.
I
like
commented
it's-
on a post on Facebook,
Okay.
I commented on a comment on a post on Facebook.
A comment on a comment on a comment. Okay.
Yeah,
Yikes.
I think that's what it was.
Okay.
There's
That
some
was-
good stuff in there if you dig, though, once in a while.
And whoever, well, what it is this
When?
person that either commented or was the posted. It might have even been her post that
Right.
I commented on.
Okay.
She reached out to me
Yeah.
and she wants to talk to me
Oh. Well, that's nice.
because she says she's doing some research on consciously aware men.
Oh fuck, she's gonna be looking for a while.
We're
Yeah.
gonna see how this works out for me.
I'm researching consciously aware man. Let me get this straight. Okay, it's gonna
It's gonna be fun.
I see why she's messaging you.
She doesn't know.
No, there's a shortage of consciously aware men in the world. Fuck it, there's a shortage of self-aware men in the world.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
It's frightening. It's
Yeah.
fucking frightening. Try to find something unique to wear in men's clothing. Oh wait, because it's
Yep.
all the same shit.
Yep.
And
Yep.
for those of us rather effeminate men that like to look good, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. But anyway,
Maybe that's why some of these men turn into fashion designers. 'Cause they just
yeah.
want the cool clothes.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. The other day I bought a
Yeah.
sewing machine for this purpose.
Oh, yeah? For
Yeah.
clothes? Yeah.
Denny McLaughlin is watching us right now, homie. What's going on,
that's-
Denny?
That's trouble right there.
Look
Hi.
at that. I wish you were here, you bald ass little. Why don't you? Hey, you just live up the road. Why don't you
Why
come
don't
down?
you just have everybody come over? I mean, fuck.
Everybody just pop on in and knows where we are.
Here we go.
Why does anybody know where we are? That's not okay.
I think there's like 4 people.
Well-
I'm hiding from 7. No, Jesus, man.
Well,
Fuck, homie. Oh shit.
here we go.
So the kids were alive when you went to check on them. They figured out that the internet works since they can text.
Well, I guess the internet is full.
He's full.
Well, Hannah has a couple friends over too, and they're probably all on the internet as well.
The internet's full.
Well, I've got a
The whole internet.
Well, I have 5G connection plus I have a normal connection.
Oh, so you have to use the normal connection. So your video.
5G.
game's a little
Well, I
slow.
don't know what I have to do because he's in the house,
Nope.
only giving me half
Wait,
information.
Don't you get COVID from 5G, man?
Yeah.
You know what
Apparently,
they used to say.
Yeah, and then now the rumor is, although
Uh-oh.
there is one thing about 5G,
What's that?
Japan, there's like 6 or 7 countries that won't fly into the States because they're turning on the 5G.
Really?
Yeah, and it's because, even in this, and there's all this. Some people think it's all bullshit, but it's true. And they don't turn them on. There's certain airports where they're too close
Right.
to the airplane. They can affect it affects the instruments and affects the pilots. They get noise and it's dangerous. So that's why there's a bunch of countries that are like, nope, not till the studies and everything are done. And they found a problem with it because it can interfere with something. So yeah, I don't think it is it's not a COVID thing, but it can, and of course the airline industry, they don't like change. They don't like gambling. You know what I mean? Like a new thing. Like it's got to be tested, tried, and true, and batten down the hatches, right?
Yeah, when it comes to planes, I prefer it that way.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's like I've never understood. I'm tired of going to practicing physicians. I want to go to one that's got it.
Yeah,
right.
really. Yeah, really.
I want the one
Well,
that's got it done.
Well, there was there's somebody was saying, I forget who.
Are you still? Are you making a date over there? Like with is this like some sort of ploy?
Maybe he's commenting on. That's what we need. We need like a live chat, and you can
No, we
do
don't.
your
need
own
a live
comments.
Fucking chat.
but it's only
there is a
us.
live chat. We just can't see it from here because I gotta get a bigger screen. And,
Because we're all
Computer.
old.
well, yeah, and we're all old and fucking
Yeah,
blind. And
exactly.
I'm talking to the boy inside, and he's. Oh man, I might have to go into the house and let you guys run the podcast while I'm
Oh
gone.
boy.
Oh, good. This is that's.
Well, you
Something
may have
else
to
on
learn
board.
that without the internet, life will go on.
Well, he said
In
he's
a
got to do an
teenage boy.
update, and oh man,
Read a book, kid. Read a book. That's what comic books are for.
That's what porno magazines are for.
Yeah, that too.
No, like seriously, man. If he's inside reading comic books, I want to know why Dad hasn't shown him where the stash is yet.
Because it's all online now.
That's right. There's no stash. Oh, that's why he needs the internet. Ah, there you go.
Dude,
And it all comes around.
and he's 11.
Okay, dude, you weren't tugging it at 11, you fucking liar. You fucking liar.
I never said nothing. I'm trying to preserve.
Oh, don't give me that shit, man. From the minute you find it, you're trying to find a way to tear it off.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, eh? Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. When I was his age, I was living in Germany. It was everywhere.
Your dick is German, the porn.
What?
Your dick or the porn?
The porn.
Okay, that's better. I was
yeah.
thinking
Yeah.
you were just admitting to being like 11-year-old
okay,
juggalo or something.
No,
Or gigolo, not juggalo. No, we don't talk about those people. They're fucking weird.
Yep. I remember walking down the street, the high street in Germany, and there was some plumbing shop, bathroom fixtures, and that sort of thing. And there was a big poster for the new shower stall that was out, And this is like 89, and it's a little, I was probably 13 or something, I don't know. And advertising was a little different. The way he advertised the new shower stall there was to have this totally nude woman showering, having a great time. I was like walking down the street and like, whoa. it was a bit of a culture shock, but yeah. No, I was like, hey, why not? I mean, she looked like she was having a good time. She looked pretty clean. Obviously worked.
I lived across the river from Kentucky, man. It's not unusual to see a woman standing outside showering with no teeth. I mean, Kentucky, where nothing smells loving like marrying your cousin.
Oh man, I've never been down there.
Oh,
Never
it's
been down there.
something else. Like when you go to Cincinnati, you want to talk about racial division.
Okay.
Like it is a thing. It's real.
Right. Yeah.
And you've got areas of Cincinnati where like this is the gentrified neighborhood, and this is, and right on the border there's this river, and on the one side you've got Newport, Kentucky, which is the whitest fucking place on the planet.
Okay.
Like you can't throw a rock out hitting 53 fucking German restaurants, right?
Oh, okay. Right.
Like, yeah.
Now,
You get where-
is it working class?
like
or is it
it's middle class,
middle class
you know,
type thing,
middle
yeah.
middle to low class,
Yeah.
or no class. It's Kentucky.
Yeah.
The
Hey,
other
we're in New Brunswick. I will not judge.
yeah, that's true. It's not much better. My neighbors are 2 moose and a deer, so
Yeah.
but across the river in Cincinnati, you've got downtown Cincinnati, which is like vibrant, alive community that's huge, multicultural, but it's like there's this fucking river of division,
Right.
and it's almost, you can see where south meets north,
Oh, yeah.
almost. And it was a real trip to live right on that division line,
Well.
Can you do me a favor?
and it's also on the Ohio
We're-
River, which caught fire. So
Wow.
You're on YouTube right now, just so you know. Say hi, YouTube. All right, can you do me a favor and help Ethan plug in or get his device his switch connected to the 5G? He doesn't know where the password is on the bottom of the router. So can you help him, show him how that works, so you don't have to keep helping him? Thank you. I know it's a big anticlimactic moment. I get it.
yeah, like you thought it was going to be cool. Come on out to the shed and see what we're doing on the podcast. Can you go help your brother fix his shit so he stops annoying me? I mean, like,
You're talking about a river being on fire, and it's just like, and this is, yeah, great.
yeah, I'm like sitting here going, wow. I never. It's cool though, because you see it there, and I saw it there 12 years ago, 15 years ago.
Right.
Now I see it everywhere.
The river on fire or the cultural divide?
The cultural division.
Yeah, it's becoming a thing again. It's weird.
It's like it's cyclical. Once mankind
Yeah.
starts to feel good about themselves again, we have to shit all over it. It's like the governments have this planned or something.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
You don't say.
Yeah, no shit, eh?
That's TikTok. Say hi, TikTok.
Hi, you put me on TikTok. I've never been on this fucking thing before. Every time I watch this, all I see is Brad fucking Mondo.
That's your problem, not mine.
I think he's hilarious. I love Brad.
We're
Pitt.
on the wrong side of TikTok then, maybe, or maybe the good side of TikTok.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
really know.
I mean, he gives haircut tips. And
Well, whatever.
as you could tell, I need them. So do you.
What haircut tips?
Yeah. Use your haircut tip. Hide your bald spot. That's
Yeah,
about
pretty
it.
much it. Yeah.
I am the bald spot.
Yeah, that's true. Why is this high?
I'll turn it back to me. You look
I just get 20.
because you were the one talking, so I
was
turned
the
it
one
towards
talking.
you.
Oh, well, that works. I mean, that's what
Right?
we're doing here. I mean,
Whoa.
but yeah, no.
Put it that
it's,
way.
But I think part of that. going
Welcome
to what
TikTok to you
we're
guys.
going to talk about for
Yeah.
a bit was songwriting. I think a lot of that is reflected in music and the way that it's written now.
Hmm. Yeah, and a lot of the pop stuff is definitely written by other people, or you have these weird 20-person collaborations for a Beyonce song that's got a total of 15 words. It's,
Okay.
it's strange.
Okay, the song "Use a Stupid Hoe."
Yeah, yeah.
That
Sounds like something Cardi B would write.
no, it was Nicki Minaj,
Minaj.
Mandy, whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't stand her music. But anyways, I'm sure she's cool. Don't dig the music. But there were like 15 people involved in writing that song.
Yeah.
And then you look at, Bohemian Rhapsody had 2 people write it.
Yeah.
We've come into a cookie cutter musical world, and when the artists aren't speaking, this is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Look at COVID, okay? All the fucking concerts shut down.
Yep.
You wanted new music, you could go online and see MGK cover Paramore,
Yeah. Yeah.
which was cool, but you weren't seeing these huge things. I mean, what'd you see? The Dropkick Murphys did a couple live shows.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I was talking out loud to myself.
I saw those guys play in Boston one year.
Oh, now see, I've never seen the Murphys in Boston. That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
That
Yeah.
would be a sight.
But
The Pogues are better.
oh,
Oh shit!
ouch, shit!
Yeah.
You just
Oh
dated us.
fuck!
So I've seen like 6.
What are you doing there, Turbo?
I've seen like 6 concerts in my life. I've played hundreds,
But
I
you've
don't-
only
I
seen
don't
6.
Yeah, probably.
I've seen 6. I played 1,000. so
Welcome
it
to the
sucks.
East Coast of Canada. I
It's-
played 1,000 concerts, but I've only seen
It's
6.
true. It's true. I mean, it's probably more like 20, but whatever. Yeah. But yeah, you were saying about the there wasn't much going on. There was live stuff online, and that was
But-
about it. And
What are we doing when you take art and culture away? I mean, look at what fucking Hitler did. He burned the art. He burned the galleries.
Mhm.
When you take art and culture and books and learning and all that shit away, what you have left is control. So
Yeah.
songwriting becomes important on that level.
yeah, and there's the dumbing down of the audience though too. That's also went on. I see a lot of that.
Well,
You
Is
know
it
what I mean?
dumbing down, or is it playing to the base symptoms of their essence?
our
I don't know. I think it's dumbing down. I think it's a bit of dumbing down. I think like
Because once you hypnotize somebody, it doesn't mean that they're dumb, but they can do some dumb shit.
But
I
there's-
don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just waxing intellectual now.
No, you're right, man. You're right.
I'm throwing
But-
stones out on the pond to see what we're really getting at, because don't get me wrong, there like I wrote on Facebook the other day, there are dumb questions, but it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that they're dumb questions, because everybody has their questions.
I think that where you're drilling in on is where's the responsibility for. There's a responsibility that has always been in the songwriter or entertainer's world. If you go back to medieval times, the entertainers were the fools and the bards. The bards carried the news from town to town to town in song form. The jester was the one that was the only one that could tell the king, you're fucking up.
Which actually brings
Yeah,
us
the
into
comedian.
a point. Yeah, remember when we talked about this before? I had a point. There's only 2 types of people on the planet that can tell the truth and get away with it:
Real ones,
comedians and
comedians.
musicians.
The reality is we have a responsibility as musical artists to write relevant, or at
Yeah.
least something provocative. I mean, would I consider Piggy Pie by Insane Clown Posse to be relevant at any time?
Probably not.
No, but it's one of my favorite fucking songs.
So it's relevant to you.
Right. But
Yeah, the power of the groove of music, and that's where it's easy to kind of make fun of the hip hop.
And that's what that's what they
artists, right? Because it's like they have nothing to say. I wouldn't say they have, but a lot of times, let's face it, I grew up on hip hop. I was a huge hip hop aficionado. Just funny because I'm like a jazz guy now, but when I was growing up, I mean, it was very much. I guess some of it was simple, just like the cycles thing. But yeah, you see, there's a lot of. It's okay to be simple and have less, but you should have the less you say, the better what you say should be. To me, sort of like haiku or something,
Kind of like Bob Dylan.
But like you said, with that band, like Insane Clown Posse or something, and a lot of some of them, maybe the modern stuff. Sometimes the kids just want something to dance to.
Well,
so you know what I mean.
But that's
same with the Archies, sugar,
We're
sugar, but it's catchy, right?
But what happened with Insane Clown Posse? Though they wrote all this shit, they literally went out there and wrote an album about cutting off heads.
Yeah.
There's murder references, various other unpleasant acts referenced.
Yeah, it's all trying to be.
They go out in clown makeup, spray Faygo on their crowd, and all of a sudden they've got their own literal following that the U.S. government wants to call a fucking gang.
Yep.
Why? Because they took the responsibility of being a musician and went, we're going to create a place for misfits to belong. Whereas you look at something like, I don't know, Chad Kroeger, Nickelback.
We're going to start on the Nickelback.
No. Hey. I'm going to tell you this. Darren Allen, who's probably one of my top 5 favorite songwriters of all time. I love the man so much. I have his fucking name tattooed on my back.
Who's he write for?
His own band, Darren Allen.
Oh, okay.
And it used to be Aaron Allen and the Small City Saints. Now it's just Darren Allen.
That rings a bell. Okay.
Flynn got on camera for a minute.
Quick, call the FBI.
Call the police.
Now they know who you are.
But he once said to me,
know.
when I wrote Cyphier's second album, I was in the process of writing the song Breathe, which was the first song we ever had that actually made any fucking money.
Okay.
And my bandmate had come up to me and said, I got this lyric, man. I breathe in air, I breathe out disease. And I'm like, that's a cool fucking lyric. We got to write something
like
about
we're
that.
walking through the woods, Flynn.
And how about some of that?
Like we're walking through the woods.
Put some funk on that, baby. And there we go. Now we can tell the story. Now we go. We got a theme. Wow.
Flynn doesn't like it when I put him on the spot.
But so we're trying to write this, and I said to Aaron, man, I got nothing to go with this. It's a cool fucking lyric. And he says to me, so have you ever listened to Prodigy?
Oh, yeah.
I said, yeah. He said, have you ever listened to Moby? I said, yeah. I said, they don't have many lyrics, do they? And they made a lot of money. And I said, man, that'd be like selling out. And he said something to me that has always stuck with me. There's no such thing as selling out. There's only selling.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put that.
And
I never liked the term sellout, even though I kind of get it, but it's still like,
I don't owe
what's
you.
the problem with that? Like you made a lot of money. Like,
here's the thing. I
then
recently realized something. I don't owe a music fan a fucking thing. I have delivered on everything I owed you. You bought a ticket to my show, I performed. You bought a CD, you got the music. I don't owe you shit.
It's true.
I don't owe you shit. And that's why selling out is bullshit. You're putting your morals on me. And a guy like Chad Kroeger, he may be the biggest piece of shit on the planet. But don't tell me that Chad Kroeger doesn't know how to write a song.
Yeah.
Because that he does know how to do.
Yeah, just because you don't like his
Millions of dollars
that's
will tell
personal
you that he
taste,
does.
right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people voting with their wallets and then saying, I
Everybody-
hate Nickelback.
Everybody has banged their head to a Nickelback song. Fuck you if you don't admit it.
I mean, I literally can't stand Robert Plant. There's nothing about Robert Plant I like.
Okay.
I don't like Led Zeppelin. I don't give a fuck about The Stairway to Heaven. I've read The Hobbit. It wasn't that fucking good. I don't like Zeppelin. But I cannot deny that they made a lot of money. They literally defined a genre.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, like these bands that are out there doing that shit, why are they getting bad raps, right? What's causing that? Well, what's causing bands like Nickelback to get a bad reputation is they're successful.
Well, somebody's going to talk shit about you if you're successful.
Yeah. And everybody's got their own version of what they like is music. I like a lot of styles, always have. I know now that's like become kind of de rigueur. I listen to everything, but when I was coming up, it wasn't as common. As you remember back in the day,
Yeah.
people didn't listen to everything. Like it just,
No,
You listened to what you listened to, and that was it.
It was you were a
Yeah.
metalhead, or you were a punk, or you
Yeah.
were
and the odd person lived in a few things, and everybody had a few oddballs in their collection.
yeah.
There was a little of that, but for the most part, right? And now everybody listens to everything, and there's this sort of hipster, been there, done that. I'm a little cool for everything, and I used to like that, but now I'm on to this. That's sort of the thing now, and I see that's where that comes from, right? As opposed to like, well, just if you don't like it, fine, don't like it. Who cares? Let somebody else like it.
There's so much shitty music out right now. And I'm not talking about Nickelback or Cardi B or any of them. I'm talking, if you go on to fucking Spotify right now,
Yeah.
every jackass with a computer can put out a song.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And there's a lot of stuff out there like that.
Trust me, I made a living doing it.
Yeah.
I have zero talent. I don't play an instrument. I know how to yell, and I can write a catchy song. I knew a guy that knew how to make music with a computer.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I made my money.
Oh,
But
wow.
at the same fucking time, there are a million people not doing it well because they're not paying attention to the music.
Yeah.
And we used to say, and it's funny, you brought up being a jazz musician. We used to say all the time when we'd get to the end of a song, what do you think of it? I'd say, well, it's good enough for jazz,
Yeah.
right? But there's so much in jazz. Jazz is so complex. Whereas if you look at today's music, it was so simple. That's what allowed the people that did move into the tops of the charts and knock off giants like Eminem
Yeah.
to do so, because music had become so fucking stagnant. I mean,
Yeah.
shit. I've been discovering and delving into worlds of music that I never thought I'd listen to because I was bored.
I was gonna say this, and that brings us to the cycle thing, right? That thing cycle, like when in the rock world, which is funny because when you talk to a lot of rock people,
Yeah.
they wrote sometimes don't seem to realize, because I know a lot of rock and metalheads. I mean, I came up I wasn't a total metalhead, but I put a lot of metal bands, did sound for metal bands.
Okay, yeah.
The punk scene, everybody I knew, that's what they were into, and I was just kind of an oddball, but I hung around with it. And but anyways, in the rock world, when you had the 80s sort of thing, and it was getting a little more complex and pretty big productions and big leads and da-da-da-da-da, then all of a sudden the grunge movement came out as the total opposite, because again, it was getting complex, but people were getting bored, and it was just something fresh, and there's something about that it's we get bored of what's, you know what I mean? Like, even if you like it, you had too much of it.
But there's
You know?
a spark.
Yeah.
And with the grunge movement, you had Seattle, where you had some fucking amazing bands.
Yeah.
First and foremost of them being Mother Love Bone.
Yep. Yeah, they were one of the big
And-
early guys. Yeah.
They didn't take off because, well, of course, their singer died and they became Pearl Jam and Soundgarden, and the rest of that story goes as it does. But in the meantime, here's Kurt Cobain, who's a genuine, bona fide, real, honest to God songwriter.
Yeah, which hadn't been around for a while in rock. Right?
We hadn't had a great songwriter in years, Jim Steinman. But here comes Kurt Cobain, and the song Smells Like Teen Spirit. And I remember I was in Florida with my family, and we were watching Much Music, or not Much Music, what is it down there? MTV.
Oh yeah.
And I was my dad, and we were there. It was my dad, his friend, and the 3 kids that were there. And Dad and his friend would go out in the porch to have a cold beer and you know, say to me, hey, just watch the 2 little ones for a few minutes. Well, a few minutes leads to, you know, an hour or whatever. So it got to the point where I'm like, okay, that's cool. They're on vacation too. So I'd say when the video that Skid Row put out for Monkey Business comes on,
Oh yeah.
you can go to bed. So the
Okay.
one night we're watching Skid Row's Monkey Business comes on fairly early and you can go to bed. And I turn around and all I hear is that dun, 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 dun. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I turn around and there's this little blonde dude jumping around and a bunch of people with fucking pom-poms yelling in a way that I'd never heard yelled. And I thought, holy fuck.
Yeah, that's, you know, you nailed something there too that not a lot of people talk about, which is funny. He yelled differently. There was a kind of rasp he had that was very unique for the time. So unique, and that makes a difference, right? That's like a rapper with a super unique voice. It sticks out, right? It's a character.
Look at, you know, you want to talk cyclically, you move down the road from them, and next thing you hear is, and we were talking about this today in the car, the next big step in metal songwriting really wasn't stuff like Metallica, because let's face it, you're always going to have Metallica, Sepultura, Testament, all those great bands, and they're always going to write great songs, and they're always going to shit out great music until they write Saint Anger, fuck you, James Hetfield. But there are those other metal bands around the periphery that I like to watch. And the grunge movement came out of punk and metal, and then it kind of doing along. And then one day we all turned on our TV, and what do we hear? The following words: "Are you ready?" And Korn's Blind, and there goes fucking everything, because everybody lost their mind because Jonathan Davis
new metal. Yeah, I remember that.
Different. And it was developmental, and he wrote well. And then you had Fred Durst comes along with Limp Bizkit.
Plus, Korn had, and a lot of people forget this. You hear about the singer, you hear about the guitars, but I'll tell you what.
They had an amazing bass player.
And it was interesting, but for the thing that got me, it was the drummer.
He was incredible.
He was
he brought that whole tribal
charts,
sound,
and he had that's where the hip hop sort of thing. He'd have this James Brown sort of, and not just hitting the snare. It was all these ghost notes, intricate. He was a drummer's drummer.
Yeah,
and that's
a percussionist,
almost like subliminal. That it was. Yeah, you put all those things together, and it was like different. And that's important.
Then,
different works, right?
What you do is you take an emo drug addict kid and say, here's a fucking microphone, do what you want.
Yeah.
And now you've got something.
Yeah.
And when new metal took off, that's great. And it progressed. And then it became commercial.
Yeah.
And when it became commercial, you had Linkin Park. Sorry, I don't mean to badmouth Chester. Chester, I'm sure, was a beautiful person.
Not my vibe.
I'm not a fan of Linkin Park. But what's next? When do we get to next? And that's where we got stuck. I mean, if you want to look at the Metallicas, the Testaments, the Sepulturas, you can add Slipknot in with them.
Sure, they were different too. Not just the costumes were different.
Oh, the costumes are insane. I love it.
But they were also. It made you notice them, but it wasn't. The costume just helped. I think just helped.
Us. You guys do you.
The costumes with that
great.
band.
I love it.
I'm not a huge fan of that band either. I'm not a huge fan of that style. But the difference is the but you know what I mean? The costumes.
You're wrong.
Did you just say you're wrong?
I did. I'm not a fan of Slipknot. You're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not.
Is your fucking name Machine Gun Kelly? No, then you're wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. You can dislike Slipknot all you want. You can hate their fucking music. You can think Corey Taylor sucks dick on Friday afternoons. Okay. It doesn't matter. The simple fact is you've got to look at what they do and respect it.
On their what?
You got to look at what they do and respect it.
Well, what I saw was, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't my thing, but it was like they came along, you had these crazy costumes, and that caught everybody's attention.
Yeah.
But then you hear this, again.
Flynn caught the tension.
Killer drummer.
Yeah.
Super technical guitar playing. And here's this guy writing articles in guitar magazines, and you don't even see his fucking face. But again, it was this like, there was that, they had that
When they
heaviness and technicality, but it wasn't pompous. It wasn't like Dream Theater. Yeah, it was approachable yet technical. Yeah, it was cool.
was that
But
a shot
again,
at,
wasn't my thing.
was that a shot at Dream Theater? Because I kind of heard a little around the testicles.
Oh
if it
man, I
was.
played in a progressive death metal band at the
Oh,
time.
okay.
Where the
Let's be
where the
real. Dream
guys
Theater
were-
came from Berkeley. That's pretty fucking pompous.
They can be as pompous as they want.
They're not.
fucking
It doesn't mean
talented
it
as
doesn't mean
hell.
they're bad.
It's progressive metal. It's progressive rock. If you got progressive in the name, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
there's
it's
a bit
kind
of pompous.
pretentious.
Yeah, and
My own-
if you take away the pretentiousness of it, well, that's half the fucking fun.
And
You know what I
what's
mean? Like nobody, it's part of it, right?
It's true,
like,
right.
You know,
Because
like,
you have to be pretentious just to throw an odd time signature bar at the
Yeah,
end of a
well,
nice
I
groove.
don't know.
it's the
man.
kind of thing where
It kind of fucks you up.
where you're in an audience where you know that
Then you want a shot?
if somebody walks into that concert and has never
There you
heard
go. It's right there.
that has
Yeah.
never heard those songs,
Yeah.
they won't have a fucking clue what's going on, and they're looking around. Well, how come these other 60,000 people know that it goes do 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 do?
You said no, Mike?
do do do. You know, and that's the fun of it. You know those secret little parts, and it's as a musician, that stuff is some of the funnest stuff to play. I used to play a lot of that, you know, and it's pretty hard to beat that. That's like, to me, that's the jazz of metal. That's the metal, the jazz of metal.
I'll
right?
tell you.
You know, like it's so fun.
I'll tell you what always
is, you're
gets
right.
me is what always gets me is that people forget when they're writing songs that eventually you're gonna have to play that fucking shit live.
Yep.
Okay, and I wrote a couple songs that I've literally I hate the man that wrote them.
No.
Because live I can't get all the words out
Yep.
that I can when I'm in this studio. And people forget that you have to fucking play that shit live. And I've gone and seen some pretty technical fucking bands, and one of the most incredible ones that I've ever seen live was Siberian Orchestra.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because not only do they play it live, it sounds exactly like the fucking CD.
Yeah, like identical, right? Yeah.
But going back to what we were talking about, I agree with you that you know, yeah, okay, I get the progressive is pretentious, except for Dream Theater doesn't claim to be progressive. That's a label that's been placed on them. But see, I want to know, where's the next fucking Jeff Tate? Where's the next fucking Kurt Cobain? Because right now, they don't exist. And the people that are jumping around going, look at me, I'm Kurt Cobain. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up, Tom McDonald.
I'm hoping.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's
You're-
the thing, eh? Like,
You're not.
hopefully that's gonna come out of this fucking.
Who will come and save the day? Give us no more reasons and the things to pay.
Oh, wow, man. Look at that. Next thing, we're going to break out to some Tenacious D.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know what to say. It's just the demons crawling in the way.
Don't forget the Hobbits, man. Don't forget the Hobbits.
Yeah.
Do it for the Hobbits.
Here in the Shire, it's all fun, but you're coming down the magic
fucking
with the
duck.
rabbit's gun.
Oh yeah, I can get that.
It's the wizard and the Gandalf co. And
Oh. Yeah, I was
here it
watching
comes.
a TV show the other day, and I'm like, oh, there we go. We got a flute. Oh, fuck. This is the point where we all shoot ourselves in the head here.
Exactly.
Oh, look, people are chatting at you. That'll distract you. What are they saying? Nothing.
More flute.
They
More
said they'll
flute.
take a shot, though.
Yeah.
You're gonna take a shot now?
Needs
No,
more.
no, I didn't say I'm taking a shot. I said whoever's chatting at you said they were going to
They
take
said
a shot.
less cowbell.
Oh, is that
more,
Denny?
More flute.
Denny, you taking a shot, boy?
I don't know. They said they were taking a shot. They're chatting. Flynn's sitting by the computer. I mean, April.
Oh, hey, April. You taking a shot too?
She
Sure, I'll
said
take another
she
one.
would. Yeah, there you go. You can have another one for.
Yeah, hopefully
Cousin
this,
April
this
over there.
quagmire will bring a songwriter out.
I
Or-
mean, I'm
or
not.
will it? I don't know.
I shouldn't say fuck you, Tom McDonald. Like,
Dude.
let me get straight there. Tom
He's
McDonald.
the rap guy, isn't
Yeah.
he? Yeah, yeah.
He did what Tom McDonald needed to do. He gamed the fucking algorithm on
Hey, man.
YouTube and made millions of dollars
Looking
off our
like a-
insecurities.
Look at Joe Biden looking like he ate 100 Xanax for dinner.
Yeah, like
That was great. I love that.
I'm sorry, People So Stupid still my favorite.
Why are y'all so stupid?
Congrats
Why are
everyone.
y'all so
Activation save the
stupid?
planet. No more paper straws and plastic. No more plastic straws and paper. Just paper straws wrapped in plastic. Congratulations.
Why
And the
are
best
y'all
part
so
about
stupid?
Best part about that is he has the line in the song.
You gotta get better problems.
What was it? Call me homophobic because I don't want to date guys. K-type. And everybody's going, he's a homophobe. And I'm going, great. You do realize that's a transgendered woman sitting right the fuck beside him, supporting him because he fucking supports them.
Why wouldn't you?
So, I mean, but Tom can write a
they'll
song.
support themselves.
Tom can,
It's not my job.
Tom can write a song. I mean,
Well, they're already doing a good enough job.
I'm not going to fucking lie to you. I bought every one of the man's albums. I'll continue to buy every one of the man's albums.
Here, April.
People ask me to diss him and everything else, and I think you fucking created it. It's your fucking problem, not mine.
Yeah, I'm barely aware of the dude. To be
Woo!
quite
Oh,
honest.
his shit's not bad.
I saw.
but
Yeah,
That
I
was a
saw
good
couple
shot.
Things. One, it was something about he's not something about being racist or I'm not.
yeah,
Oh, he was in a
there's
class.
white guy.
He's in a
Yeah,
classroom.
white
That's the
boy.
one. Yeah,
White
yeah, yeah.
boy, don't say that.
Yeah.
White boy, you so
But
bad.
see, there's-
I saw a verse of it,
Oh,
and it
white
was like,
boy.
oh, that sounds pretty good, I guess. I don't know.
Here's the thing: you get a fucking tatted up white dude jumping around a room, screaming about how all the shit that people say white people should be guilty about is wrong. And what happens is all the left-wing people get pissed off and they complain. And then the news gets a hold of it. Now all the people you don't want to see this guy.
Right.
And now you've created your own fucking problem.
Well, if that comes
Congratulations.
as a shock to anyone, that's how a lot of young, well, not just young, that's how a lot of, white dudes in North America feel. Well, then if that surprises you, where the fuck have you been the last 40 years?
I will never forget. 16 years old, my son looks at me and says, Dad, am I a rapist?
What?
And I said, I don't know. Are you? Like, if you are, we need
Flynn,
to talk to the police.
What's the first note in
Yeah,
that sequence?
yeah, really. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You know, but it's because someone had told him in school that all men are rapists, and I had to explain to him the whole different dichotomy in that.
Yeah, that's a psychotic thing to say to someone.
But it's something that
So are you?
is implied in a lot of the things that are said,
Right, that's right. Yeah.
and because it's implied in a lot of the things that are said, it's one of those things that we don't that people take for granted, and yet these kids they don't, and that's why I think, and that's why I go back to what I said earlier. We need to have that responsibility. We may not owe our fans shit, but we owe ourselves the responsibility of writing fucking decent songs, man.
Yeah, and that's as I got back into songwriting, which is only recently, a couple months ago, after this podcast, I started writing one every week for it.
That's a good idea.
And it was just, it was like, no, somebody's got to, I owe it to myself. I don't write songs for other people. I owe it to myself to get it off my chest, an excuse to say, okay, I'm going to write something. So at least I've got some record to say, you know what? I have an opinion on this, and
I think
just to hear myself say it, I guess,
I mean, Jay said something to me once, and it was one of the fucking smartest things I've ever heard a songwriter say. I write music to fill fucking holes in my record collection.
Nice, that's awesome.
That's what's fucking me up.
And
back into it when you're starting. Whenever I stop, I hear what he's doing while you guys are talking, so we'll do whatever.
well, we're talking about songwriting,
I know,
You
I
told
hear
us
you.
wanted us to all come and talk about it.
You guys were talking about Tom McDonald, and
Yeah, we were. We were talking about a lot of things.
I know.
Thanks for the relevance. I appreciate it. Thanks for the
Now we
platform.
brought all the podcasts back into one.
Yeah.
It was kind of neat to see two different things going on.
It
at
was
the same
like
time.
I'm sure that the people watching at home are now like gone fucking right round the bend.
Yeah,
Phil.
like,
Well, they're
what
just
am I
like, who do
gonna-
we listen to? What are we doing here?
Which part of this crazy shit do we follow?
I don't know. But
What's
it's
the
like,
bald one
it's
doing?
Like, it's like a car wreck. I can't help but look.
Where's that bass coming from?
It's like my family reunion.
Yeah.
Only less drunk. We have more people chatting at you. Shit, man. You should put your computer closer. That way you can read the fucking chat, right?
I actually
got?
can't because of the way the signal bounces around and everything. That's why I
Yeah,
got to get a
see,
bigger
there's nobody
screen.
Ah.
We will eventually get it. You know,
Yeah.
we need a lot of things. We actually do need a crew.
We need a crew.
I think it just says take a shot, take a shot. Take
Yeah,
a shot,
I think
take
that's
a
all
shot.
it says. Yeah, I think it's just someone trying to encourage you to get plastered. I mean, that's pretty
What
much
else is new?
They just want to see the table flipped.
So you said,
Hulk smash!
Yeah.
okay, more Xanax, less Quaaludes. Okay.
But I like lewds.
Yeah,
Lewds,
you can't
man.
fucking get lewds
Fucking
anymore, dude.
lewds, man.
Don't start.
Remember fucking lewds? Whenever you
Don't-
did lewds, all you
don't
wanted to
start.
do was get bigger bell bottoms. My bell bottoms are bigger than your bell bottoms.
Oh shit. Except for the fact that both Xanax and lewds are
Man.
downers, so the statement didn't even make sense.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I get the gong show, the harmonica me now. Thanks, man. No, so like,
Well, that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be
Who-
just hanging out with a soundtrack.
so who right now writing music would you say is writing decent fucking good quality songs?
Us two.
Okay, other than you two. I mean, out there in the world right now, different genres, who's writing?
Bring Me
decent
the
good
Horizon.
quality? Okay. Let's say top 3 right now. In the world right now writing music.
I can't answer that question because I'm actually not paying that much attention to other people's music.
Yeah, I'm paying zero attention.
See, that's great. I love
See,
that.
absolutely
See-
zero.
Like there's stuff that pops on that I listen to, and there's things that depending on my
you-
mood,
How do you write songs, man?
I sit down and I just feel it.
Yeah, but part of
Well, a lot of it here.
I
A
don't
lot of
like
it comes from practicing. So I'll come outside and I'll be like, okay, I'm going to do some exercises to get my fingers going. And then all of a sudden I zone out into that and then I float from the practice and from the structured exercise into free flow.
right.
And then I just start going. And then maybe I'll just walk in and I'll just sit down and I'll be like,
You see, like sitting around listening to today's music. I like that. And these
what do I see looking around at the people walking by? I know it's hard, but they're wasting all the lives. Can you see the darkness creeping across the land of hell? If you only knew the things that came with all this hell lost inside. Oh, wrong chord. See, and then that happens.
right, but that's
then-
that's cool though.
Then you start over again.
But hold on, though. Here's my thing. When I say how do you write music if you don't have your finger on the pulse of what's going on in the music world around you?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
Don't give a shit.
No.
It doesn't matter.
But it does.
There's an
No, it doesn't.
no. There's an
We
ocean.
only think it does because
There's
we've been programmed to think that way.
No,
I think of
because
it like
listen to
this.
Ice-T.
There's an ocean of music. There's an ocean of music. Or if
Yeah.
you compare music to the waters of the world.
Right.
So you got the oceans of the music, and there's
Yeah.
big ripples over here, and we think all this stuff's going on in the Pacific, and holy fuck, there's a tsunami. But then there's some island way over the other part of the Atlantic that nothing's even moving. And so keeping your finger on the pulse where?
But
Right. So for example, I like to listen to a lot of gypsy jazz.
right.
So
But what's
Tom
popular
McDonald
there?
means nothing
But
to
what's-
me in
but-
that.
What's popular in gypsy jazz right now, right?
Well, it's a
I didn't
jazz
say-
form.
I didn't
know.
say top 3 songwriters
Oh,
on the
but-
radio. I said top 3
No,
songwriters active in music. There are people that
Yeah.
you listen to.
The
Well,
top 3 people that you listen to.
Because my point is this, And I jokingly said, because I listen to Ice-T. So we talked earlier, and I was fucking around with Brian, and I said, cheat. Remember that one? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Here's number two. Number
Totally
one
caught
is-
me off that guard that time.
But no, like seriously, Ice-T said, if you're gonna write an album, you write 10 songs. You're gonna write 1 song to make money, and 9 songs to do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
So when I say have the pulse, you got to have that 1 song. So I like to keep track of a couple of songwriters around and go, I really like what this dude's doing, or I really like what that dude's doing. Because sometimes, like, I'm not too proud to say I've bit shit off people. Fuck, I did a song called Breathe because someone
I
told
have
me
an
I should
answer.
go listen to Prodigy.
Yeah,
I
but
have
you
a
got to
song-
remember though, you don't play. You're not a musician, right? Like you're a singer. I shouldn't say you're
Oh,
not a
wow.
musician.
Oh,
Oh,
shit!
Oh,
It's true, but shit!
Oh, it's true, but
pull
fuck.
your
Oh
panties.
man!
No. I'm not even a singer, dude. Like,
Yeah.
You're
Pull
a
your
vocalist.
no, I'm not
Pull
even
your
one of those.
panties out of the crack. You'll
There
survive.
is no panties anywhere.
But I play a lot of music, and I was like a lot of genres. So when I sit down to write music, you know, this is where the ocean comparison. There's so
That was
many
great.
ways to approach this, and one of my favorite ways is to step away from whatever the fuck is going on,
Okay, so you're a process.
right?
now.
To be one of the processes that I like, and one of my favorites is to just fucking shut out the world and just go. I got a whole world in my head. Like for example, I just wrote my first 2 jazz songs.
Nice.
I never wrote them but I spent the last 20 years learning how to play jazz.
So just write a jazz song.
So all of a sudden now it was like, oh, this is really fucking easy. All I had to do was get good at it for 20 years, right? And now it's easy. But you know what I mean? And so
so that's what it takes. Okay.
Yeah.
well, you know, for some things. So for example, we'll write a tune like we were talking about in our songwriting circle. I like to write the words first.
Yeah.
And turns out I kind of got this, and I embraced it when I saw Elton John do it. And I went, oh, okay, I like that technique. It kind of works with what I do. So, for example, I saw there's a famous video of somebody gave him, it was on a talk show, and they gave him the instruction booklet from a stove.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and they're like, how do you write a song? So he opens it out, and of course he reads it, and it turns it into this fucking Elton John song,
Right.
singing about a stove. In other words, it's the fucking lyrics could be fucking anything, but he's got this lifetime of classical, of R&B, you know what I mean, to put it out. So like what I'll do sometimes, I'll have the lyrics and just kind of go, you know, it's like rolling a dice.
When I fucked that chord up, I looked at Flynn and said I should have went to C sharp instead of trying to jam that G down your throat.
Are you like still holding that? Like, are you holding on to that still?
Oh, the music is always in my brain.
Oh, okay.
Always there.
Do you know I was at one of the biggest shows we ever played. We were opening for Daniel Meyer, and we were doing Hall of Mirrors by Kraftwerk to open the set. And if you don't know who Daniel Meyer is a very famous industrial musician. He was in Covenant and a couple other bands. And so here's Daniel over from Germany, and I watched as everybody in the room kissed this guy, the fattest fucking parts of this guy's ass. Like, I mean, you weren't allowed to go near him in the green room. Okay, I don't do well with rules. Okay, so you can tell this story is going to go shit.
Oh yeah.
But I'm in the middle of doing this song, and I was doing the words in English, and then Jay would sing them in German. Because Jay is bilingual, and I fucked up every fucking lyric that you could possibly fucking think in this song. Like, if you could fuck it up,
You fucked it up.
I did it. Okay, so I get off the stage, and of course,
Did you own it though?
Oh no, I was pissed drunk, dude. I thought I was the coolest motherfucker on the planet. I was Trent Reznor at Woodstock, man. I was Trent Reznor at Woodstock. This show had the fallout of almost getting us dropped from our record label because apparently I did some offensive shit. Shocked.
You do offensive shit?
But so we finished the set, which you know, I was pretty sure at that point we were going to sell every piece of merch that was on our table, and we were going to be fucking gods. And I walked into the green room where we weren't supposed to go because fuck that, the free beer was in there, man. And I don't follow rules. And I walked in, and Daniel looks at me, and he had this. He was kind of angry looking. He says, "I thought you were going to open with Kraftwerk." I said, "We did open with fucking Kraftwerk. We played Hollow Mirrors by Kraftwerk, the one that's on our fucking album that we just fucking released. Of course, I opened with Kraftwerk."
Which, speaking of which, we talked about this off air. Obviously, Kraftwerk approved it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the end of the whole fucking thing,
We are on YouTube. We have to clarify that.
yeah, but I'm not actually singing the song. I am allowed to say the name and the band name
All right.
because I'm commenting on an experience I had playing live.
Continue
not
your
on
story. You're
Kraftwerk.
wasting time.
I waste all sorts of time.
I just wanted to be a dick there.
My THC level's starting to run low, so don't worry. You'll get a break.
Is it time's purpose to be wasted? But so no, so you
so
were
anyway,
so he gave you the he gave
so
you
he
this
says-
looking mean and
I said to him, I said, "That was fucking Kraftwerk." And he says to me, he says, "I don't know what the fuck that was, but it certainly wasn't fucking Kraftwerk."
oh, jeez.
I walked out of that room, tail between my legs, man, because he was fucking right.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason I bring that up, man, is the music was in my head, and I'll never forget that story, but I learned something that night. At the end of that song, every person in that room, other than Daniel Meyer, who I had clearly pissed off sometime during the night, probably calling him a name I wasn't supposed to. But every person that was there was still cheering at the end of that Kraftwerk cover. And I had fucked everything up. I had a night I blew a vocal cord on stage in the first fucking song. And if you've ever heard Cyphier's music, which I know you have, you've done sound for us, you poor bastard.
It was fun.
I yell a lot. And we don't have any songs that are good. So I was literally doing covers of like Billie Holiday off my cell phone all night because I'm like, Jay, just play something slow and I'm just going to sing jazz songs over top of it because that's all I got.
I love that. I'm a huge improviser. I have been for years. Used to host jams for years and would always
It's fun,
improvise.
man.
And I like that adventure spirit. That sounds fun. The idea because you guys are a metal band, right?
Well, we were an industrial band.
Oh,
yeah.
industrially better. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's what I love. Metal's okay, you know, but and I was never into the industrial scene. Mostly because back then you had to buy them, right? You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like that's what sometimes like people, I guess sometimes kids don't understand now. Is like you couldn't just fucking have music. Like I was curious about industrial. I used to listen to it a lot on CHSR, which was the college radio station.
I've been
right?
played on there a few times.
Yeah. So I mean, and they'd record it on your tape, but that was it. Like, because other than that, you couldn't go to the mall here and buy industrial music.
I mean,
maybe the odd one or something, but
Maybe Ministry or something.
maybe.
I mean,
Nine
here's the
Inch
thing.
Nails, the big ones.
In the late 70s, early 80s, when industrial music was really starting to go, there was a band called Throbbing Gristle, and I don't know if you've ever heard.
I've heard that
Throbbing
name.
Gristle.
Yeah.
They were a fucking jazz band that played really loud. You know, it had that non-uniformity of jazz.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I know it did because we used to cover Discipline to end every show. Now, first off, every member of the band ended up bleeding by the end of Discipline from one orifice or another, or a hand or whatever. Our guitar player would constantly rip his knuckles to shit. So, but I know it's like that because I could actually play it on keyboard.
Okay.
It was literally hammer whatever buttons you want, yell Discipline into a microphone every so often when Jay does. But that was an acceptable songwriting practice in industrial music.
Yeah. The organized chaos was awesome.
When you get into metal, you're dealing with 4, 5, 6, 9, if you're Slipknot, artists yelling and playing these intricate, detailed
Around
plans.
each other.
The most rebellious music that has to be done exactly the same every time, every little thing in its place, every fucking.
It's
the
literally does.
the irony of that, right? Like
one of
the most disciplined forms.
My favorite metal band right now, probably over the last, well, let's say over the last 15 years, that I've heard that came to me new was Sabaton.
Oh, I know that name. Are they a Quebec band?
No, they're out of
No.
Sweden or Norway or one of those
Okay.
fucking places. But they're really cool. Their music is their songwriting is second to none. They take actual World War events and make songs about them.
Kind of like Iron Maiden did, except in a little. They're like power metal.
Yeah, they're not just power metal. They're power metal.
Dragon Force on fucking Roy. Like if you slowed Dragon Force down a little bit and made it a little. Yeah, if you slow Dragon Force down a little bit.
If you trace it all together, they all go together anyways. Dragon Force, Sabaton, all those bands come from the same place. But
like power fucking Viking metal.
Second.
Iced Earth type shit.
Yeah, yeah.
They actually have a song called Swedish Pagans. But they're so good at what they do. But their music is precise. Their stage show is precise. I mean, I'm so into them and I love them live. So I go online all the time and I watch different shows. And I hear the same fucking jokes and the same fucking lines in every fucking show. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, if you have been to one Cypher show and another Cypher show, if you heard me use the same fucking joke every night, then you're at the wrong band. I think that's lazy and uncreative.
It's almost like it parallels musical theater.
And that's, I think, where it's headed. I think we've gotten to the point now where the world is so fucking cookie cutter and everybody wants the next big bad thing. I mean, I think the best East Coast band of the last 20 years was probably Rectum of Pain. They had the most money fucking written all over them. No, dude, they were next fucking GG. Where are these people? Why aren't they huge? The man had my microphone stand 6 inches up his ass on stage. Like, holy fuck, how do you not fucking make $1 million off this shit?
Because you can only have one G.G. Allen. And then once it's been done.
Oh, no, man, that is so wrong. I never want to have another G.G. Allen, but I do not know how this band didn't make a fucking fortune.
Because we're on the east coast of Canada, and if you're only on the east coast of Canada, not trying to market out, and a lot of the bands on the east coast aren't really trying to get online, which is where everything's.
Plus, don't forget, chicks aren't, unlike a lot of men, chicks don't want to see men stick stuff up their ass. So if they did, they would be totally rich.
No, the story that goes with it is great.
They were one of the legendary bands in this region, though, right? I mean,
we were told by every industrial band we ever talked to, don't fucking tour the East Coast. It's a waste of your fucking time. You're going to lose money. Again, I don't do well with rules. So the first,
but it's so fun here, but it's true.
So the first fucking tour I booked was the East Coast, and we ended at East Coast Awakenings.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the Friday nights at East Coast Awakenings, all the people that are here tonight that were there can agree with me that it was fucking bad. Our set was fucking horrid, and we had to play again at 11 o'clock the next morning, which also anybody that's in this room that was at East Coast Awakenings, if you had asked them to put money on the fact that I would be awake at 11 o'clock the next morning, they would tell you there was no fucking way.
I saw a bunch of pictures of it because a bunch of my buddies were there and playing there and stuff. How many years ago was that? I was off playing somewhere.
Fuck, I was wearing the shirt the other day. It was like 5 years ago, almost 4 or 5 years ago.
I think I was playing a Legion in Woodstock.
But so
I was actually running the concert.
Okay, yeah.
So the next day, so we go on at 11 o'clock the next morning. I am hungover as fuck. I hadn't even had time to smoke a bowl. I got woken up and told, you need to be on stage. I threw on my jean shorts, ran up the hill, and made it to the stage in time to go. Kian's handing me my mic as I'm running up, coffee in one hand, microphone in the other, bong already sitting up there packed by Jay for me. And I go jumping up onto this platform and go to light the bong to start the show, because I used to spark my bong and then Jay would start the music. And my fucking lighter is not in my pocket. So I yell out, does anybody have a fucking lighter? And get pegged right in the middle of my forehead by about 8 of the fucking things.
Of course.
So I had never heard of
Metal shows.
I have never
So
fucking
funny.
heard of Rectum of Pain in my life. I'd never heard them. I've never heard their music. I've never heard anything about them.
Was there as I recall, this is just to show that I'm not making this up. I'm pretty sure there was a dinghy involved, wasn't there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is the one that had the
Saints.
dinghy.
So for any doubters out there,
This is the one where he was
Chris
frying.
Mercer says he knew someone was there and it was on the East Coast. You fucking better believe I knew someone there.
Yeah, he did, man. So anyways,
3 people.
here we are fucking
Well, 3 more people, I should
Yeah,
say.
yeah, 3 more, exactly.
so we do our set, and after our set we sell, what we sell for merch, and a bunch of people are fucking coming up to us and talking to us because like fucking industrial bands don't tour out here, so they're not used to someone covering fucking Skinny Puppy. And I think it was Flynn and I can't remember his name yet, dude. Ivor Shandor or whatever he fucking called himself. Were looking at me weird when we started covering Assimilate because they were like, holy shit, I didn't realize you guys did this. We literally wrote the cover 2 days before. So we're doing Assimilate afterwards, and everybody's like coming up to us and, oh man, you're awesome and awesome. So Dave, the guy that was running the festival, comes up to me later that night. It was about 2:30 in the morning. And I'm going up towards the one stage, and Dave comes running up and goes, dude, if I do this again, you got to play. And I said, okay, why? He says, because everybody's still talking about you, the most talked about thing here. And I look over his shoulder, and here's the lead singer of Rectum of Pain sitting on my microphone stand with it shoved way up his ass, and he's fucking just shit on a George Foreman grill. And I look at Dave, and I go, well, we're not the most talked about thing anymore. And but this guy could have been fucking Bank. We were on Hope Mansion Records at the time, and
Like maybe this is how out of the metal scene I am. Like,
I
okay,
fucking
I try to find what's marketable there, but
I fucking videotaped this shit. I sent it to our record label, and I said, sign this motherfucker. This guy is fucking Bank. You're right. There can only ever be one G.G. Allen. There can only ever be one Dave Brocky.
right.
This guy's just as fucking good.
And I'll admit, I never saw them play. I know all the boys because I'm from the same town and the same scene, but I never did. I think I saw them once, maybe. I don't know.
Are you ready for the punchline to that story that you'll appreciate? Sorry.
No,
I just remembered something about this.
Bring it.
I made Kian scrub the mic stand with bleach later. Anyways,
Okay, before we go any further, big shout out to our boy Kian Hutchinson,
love you, homie,
lead singer of A Lucid Nightmare.
and the only man on the East Coast that I will let do sound for me.
There we go. Yeah,
He's fucking awesome.
there you go. Shout out to Kian Hutchinson.
I will pay big money to
New
get
father,
Kian to
actually,
do it.
too, eh?
Is he really?
Oh, yeah.
Someone fucked Kian. You're fucking kidding me.
Youch.
Wow, that might have been one of the harsher things I've said. Sorry, Kian. I love you, man. I owe you a beer for that one. But no, seriously,
I'm gonna
like,
have to send him a message too now.
you got this guy that's
Holy
fucking.
fuck.
You got this dude that's fucking killing. How's it marketable? How's it not marketable? How is it? People love sideshows.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a reason.
How was the band? Did it suit what he was doing?
It was a bunch of guys jumping around on stage playing really, really loud punk rock, but I wasn't really looking at them. There was a
They're like
dude
a
shitting
hardcore.
on a George Foreman
Well, I
grill.
remember,
I mean, that,
who was it? Somebody
that-
else I know
I
was.
think they were
They did a
hardcore.
show at one of the local at the
Oh, yeah.
Capitol, one of the local bars.
oh yeah, I couldn't understand a fucking word he said.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
I can see that at the Capitol. They refused to let us play there.
Well,
They were
there's
afraid we'd blow
something
their
about
speakers.
he had like a kettlebell. Oh no, it was something to do with a kettlebell or a butt plug and picking it up with his ass or something.
Oh yeah, have you seen him do the beer bottle?
Nah, I mean, I
Where he
don't
pours
know.
a beer in his own ass and then drinks it? I mean, how the fuck is it?
Yeah.
Okay, one of my best friends in the world, shout out to my homeboy.
I almost threw up there.
Oh.
I'm not even gonna lie. I felt,
Oh.
first of all, I'm allergic to beer.
No, shout out to my homeboy Chris Campbell, man. Not that he
Shout
ever-
out to Chris Campbell.
Not that he ever drinks beer out of his asshole, but he's literally the best sideshow guy I've ever worked with, and he's the only person that has ever made me leave a bar because I was uncomfortable. And I say that he's a sideshow performer. His job is to make you feel uncomfortable. Okay, that's literally what he fucking does.
Holy fuck.
And
What the
there's a market for
fuck,
that.
man?
There's a
the
market for that.
only guy to ever do it. I watched this man walk around a bar with a wireless headset microphone on, chewing a light bulb. If you want to fucking cringe, listen to that for 10 fucking minutes straight.
I'm gonna go get a
and
coffee.
and there's a lot of people love that kind of shit. Like
And that's what I'm saying. How can a guy
I
that
gotcha. I'm
picks
with
up
ya.
a beer bottle with his ass cheeks, pour the beer in his ass, and drink it, not make
in the Maritimes too.
no? You cannot make money if you sound like fucking Scooby Doo.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that's right.
Say some shit and say it well. I want to see what these chat people are saying. This person says they hope we die. No, okay.
And that's what you get for lipping rectum of pain.
That's what you get. I've lipped rectum of pain. It's kind of like saying Candyman 3 times, man.
Karma has.
Yeah, well,
I'll tell you what. You're a singer. You're a singer.
You scare me.
I'm a musician. Let's write a song, and I'll show you how you don't need to have your finger on the pulse.
Let's write a song.
And here, and I think I had a little,
I'm a singer.
I had a second to think about this.
Hold on. Let me redefine this.
what's that?
Flynn, I did say earlier I'm not a singer or a vocalist. I'm an asshole that yells a lot, right? Okay, good.
Nowadays, that makes you a singer. That's a subgenre of singing.
Yeah, I'm currently trying out for the next singer of Sleeps with Sirens.
There you go. There you go. Hey, but it's funny though, right? People used to say that about like AC/DC when they first came out, or not AC/DC, but Bon Scott. No, not Bon Scott.
That is AC/DC.
Yeah, but no, the guy who replaced Bon Scott.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson.
Mister, I'm having a heart attack every time I'm on stage. Holy shit. Every time I see him, I'm afraid he's going to die.
There was a time when that was not considered
Okay.
singing. Now there's like, you can go get a degree and go to a school for 4 years to learn how to do that,
I am down to write a song. Let's do that.
Yeah.
But I got to smoke a joint first.
Oh, bring it on.
Because that's a requirement. It's part of my songwriting process that I increase my THC levels past 3.5 decibels.
Go for it.
Or whatever the fuck that means. But I got to roll it still. So.
Apparently, Turbo, you got to rotate yourself so you can be seen on camera.
Oh.
Yeah, but then I can't look at everybody, and then we're not really. I don't know.
We're not having a conversation.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it now. We'll eventually get cameras and somebody to move the cameras so they can go around.
Why do we want a crew? Why do you want to? Do you know what?
All right, fine. We'll keep doing it this way.
But do you know what you need? You know what you got to do when you have a crew? It's like having a fucking drummer. You got to pay them.
Fine, I'll just do it myself again.
There's a reason.
Now we're back
I
to
use
Tom
computers.
McDonalding the shit out of it.
Now, if we move the table up, I could go on that side or something. But
we can
complicated.
We could do that, but
That's a fucking. Why didn't we do that in the first place?
Him and I could switch chairs because it's probably a better view if he was sitting over here anyway. So I was like, oh fuck.
I wasn't going to tell you, but you are sitting in this chair.
But I'll tell you one thing: I have way more hair back here with my receding hairline. So at least they get this awesome mullet
That's
I'm trying to
true.
grow.
They get the mullet. I didn't do my makeup today. It was horrible. I didn't have time.
I decided I'm going to grow my hair out. I'm going to go for it. I've had long hair in the past.
Seriously?
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I'm just going to let her go for a while and maybe a couple of years and see what happens.
Speaking of doing makeup, you want to hear a funny story?
Always.
Okay, so this one's pretty
Tell
good.
me the story.
So you know that I'm on this search for my birth parents, right? Okay, so for those that don't know, I'm adopted, and there's a whole bunch of shit.
I can't see what you said there, April.
And I'm like right on a search for, and April's probably saying, what, another fucking story? Does this guy ever fucking shut up? That's what she's saying.
I will. We'll figure it out. We're working on it.
Okay.
What was that?
Flynn's on it.
I figured it was the same question that I was saying.
You're right. We don't need a crew.
We don't need a fucking crew, man.
Then I'll just do the camera.
So anyways, this is just kind of a joke about not doing my makeup. I was talking to a cousin.
I'm just lazy. I don't want to do it all myself.
I took a fucking Ancestry.com video, right? Or
Okay.
test, and I found a cousin. I messaged
Video
my
or a
cousin.
test?
Test, whatever. Fuck off, man.
Well, be proper with your speech.
Oh, you want me to be precise now? Thanks, Dad. Anyways,
You're welcome, son.
Are you gonna put me over your knee and spank me? Because if you are, I'm gonna keep fucking up. Anyways, how you doing, big fella? Anyways, so here I was, and I'm talking to this cousin, and of course I'm nervous as shit, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna offend this cousin. Well, the cousin says, "You can't offend me." I said, "Oh, bullshit, I can't. Let me try." I haven't got there yet, but anyway, she gets to the point. She's like, "You look so much like, so much like the family." And I said, "Well, do they wear a lot of clown makeup?" Like, I just want Like, do they wear a lot of fucking clown makeup? Like, have I finally found my circus family? I'm home, Dad. Give me the lion.
I just picture all of a sudden you hear and all these from the clown convention. There's like 6 of them keep walking in. Like,
I
holy
drive
shit.
one of those shitty little tiny Pontiacs, and I wear
Oh, yeah.
clown makeup. So like, I mean,
It's a good thing you didn't
Yeah, I just picture this industrial band, like 6 guys coming out of this little car.
don't laugh. We used to tour out of a Nissan Versa.
So that's why, because I can literally picture it right now.
Because we figured it out once. Jay and I, between the two of us, each have like 4 music projects.
Okay, right.
I think you were there when Jay and I figured this out, actually, that we could literally pack our shit in a car, take over an entire stage at a festival, and man it for an entire weekend just out of our own shit.
Just the
We
boys, yeah.
we are literally a traveling music festival, and we travel in a Nissan Versa, so your gas costs are fucking cheap.
April says you should have a side job as a comedian.
I should have a side job as a comedian. No, April. I'm sorry. Laughing is okay. Pointing and laughing is not. No, I wanted to be a comedian. The problem with being a comedian is that I get myself in too much shit because I tell the truth. No, it's just that's the way it is, man. Like, fucking Roseanne Barr got canceled. Roseanne Barr said something offensive. Are you fucking kidding me? Why was anyone surprised? That's what I mean. But here it is, though. Here's what pisses me off about it. They can't fuck Roseanne. Roseanne can go to fat hell or wherever the hell it is she's headed. And the simple fact is, she makes sure that everybody on the show, congratulations, this shitty person took care of people while you tried to get them fired. Good job, Left. Anyways, that's my whole rant on that. I couldn't stand that show, but that's beside the point. I don't like family comedies, though. I don't like family. I don't like people.
Well, now the truth comes out.
No, I live in the middle of the fucking woods because I hate people, man. I mean, I don't lie about it.
Hey, man. I wouldn't expect you to lie. And hey, I went through a point in time where I hated people too.
Oh, it's easier that way.
I got over it though, and now I kind of, it's not that I like people.
Yeah.
But at the same point, like, I don't mind them. And I realize that, someone has to stand in the middle of the crowd and say, hey!
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Hey!
That's why I can't be a comedian.
You're going the wrong way!
I can't be a comedian because
there's a cliff over there.
That's why, April, I'm sorry you're let down. I can't be a comedian.
Yeah,
I like people. People are great.
Boiled, fried, or do you like
all
them?
people? In fact, and usually once in a while one comes along that I really don't like.
Well,
but not,
yeah, of course.
I think my greatest fault is that I like most people. And
that's not a fault. That's perfect.
Well, until you get burned by someone that you should have trusted, that you shouldn't have liked.
That's the thing, man.
Or you trust you're like, oh well, no, you get this bad vibe from someone, and you go, well,
Every so often.
you like him, but then all of a sudden you're, oh, I should have trusted my gut. You're always giving him I tend to do that. That's why I did well in sales, because no matter any asshole, no matter what kind of a dickhead they were, it was like, oh, whatever.
Here's the thing,
just
man.
like them, and
being like dealing with people. It's fucking nuts because it's like giving birth. My ex-wife used to say to me all the time, the reason people have more than one kid is because you forget the fucking pain of the first.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that. But the reason we get burned,
I forget what that's called,
is because we forget.
Selective memory?
We fucking forget how to be careful. And every so often we let someone inside that bubble that shouldn't be there, right?
Yeah.
And once you let someone inside that bubble, it all starts going to fucking hell.
Yeah.
And that's why I hate people. It's easier just to dislike people in general and go, fuck it.
Well, that's also no fun either.
Why?
Well, because you got to experience life.
I'm experiencing life. I'm experiencing the best life humanly possible.
Well, then you're happy then.
Exactly. And
You
I don't have
need
people
much.
around.
You've
Fuck
also
them.
lived quite the life too.
I have lived a pretty fucking.
And
So
know
let's be honest with everybody else here. Let's not try and encourage.
Okay, let's be fair. If
You've lived a life.
If I hadn't lived the life I'd lived, would I be content where I'm at in my life? Maybe, maybe not. I can't say that. I do know that I enjoy where I'm at, and
It's something completely different.
no,
new,
because I have to face myself every day.
Yeah.
which is something completely different and new.
Well, yeah, I've decided I'm going to unpack all my shit and try to become a complete human being again.
Alone in a
Yeah.
room.
I found, I found the same thing recently
Sit
though, was
alone in a room,
cutting people
say it
off
all
my
out
life
loud.
and not putting my foot down and not letting some people
Wait, I
in
probably
and
shouldn't
saying
do
no
that. Asking
has made
Alexandria
me a
would
lot
like it.
happier than I've been in a long time. Setting some boundaries and going,
Glenn,
what?
you
That's
want another
enough.
shot?
Yeah, I get it. Like there's a freedom when you take control of your life and you say, fuck
Yeah.
this, let's.
Yeah.
And setting that boundary of, I'm going to protect myself. I will protect you.
April,
I
get a
will
shout
help
out if
you,
you're
I
still
will do
there. I
whatever,
know you're still there. You're still typing. I can see it.
but I will protect
Take a
myself.
shot.
And, like, yeah, I talk a lot. I have a lot of anxiety.
That is so fucking true. Everybody knows how to talk. Nobody knows how to fucking listen anymore.
Exactly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
but
no,
you're 100%
you're right.
fucking right. I wanted to hype man you there.
We forgot. We don't teach people how to give a shit.
It's not fucking hard. It's really not hard to give a shit. All you got to do is be like, I hear you. I understand you. Oh my God.
Just do me a favor. Don't fucking, please, for the love of fucking God, don't say that condescending, I see you bullshit. That is so much fucking bullshit.
Well, yeah, you don't go that far. All you have to say is, oh shit, I understand.
I see you. Oh, no, you don't.
No.
Because what you see is you see your need to atone for guilt by virtue signaling a statement out there. And I'm using the quote unquote hipster.
I wasn't going to go there,
terms.
but thank you for stopping before maybe it did. But you got to look at somebody and be like, oh shit, I understand. I'm listening.
Yeah, like
not like I see you for everything that you
yeah,
are.
you don't see shit. You
Fuck
see
you do. You could never.
That'd
take a lifetime.
You never see all of someone. Like I don't even know all of me. Trust me, I've been trying to. I haven't been able to blow myself.
I know
yet.
quite a bit about myself. And I know quite a bit about my kids, but I still don't even know everything.
But there's
about
a point you're not going to know everything about yourself because as human beings, we block shit out.
You forget it.
For reasons. But
like we were talking about in the car, you can access that through your quantum memory. It's all there. It's just you can't keep all of that in your conscious mind. It's stored in your subconscious, and you have to learn how to access
I believe that the brain is like a fucking hard drive, and I don't want to. I don't need to because I just delete the shit I don't want.
Well, that's a good way to.
That's how you
cut cords. Yeah.
As I'm unpacking shit, I just get rid of it because one thing that I have learned is the more you talk about a thing, the more it just becomes a thing, and it's less of a trauma. But anyway,
Yeah,
that's true too.
I think that we've digressed so far off songwriting, and there's been this fun proposal of we got fucking 4 musicians in a room. Let's write a fucking song.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, here was what I was gonna challenge you. So I was gonna, not challenge it. Well, it is a challenge, but say as an alternate to the view of like, okay, if you don't have your finger on the pulse, how can you write a song? And so I think one of the keys to that is recognizing the never-ending depth of ego that an artist can have. Right?
Oh, I'm a fucking diva, man.
You didn't know?
Oh, you didn't know?
I was a musician before.
Yo, ask me to call somebody.
All right. No, we got a challenge. Hold on. You got a challenge.
Sorry there. We kind of went off there, Turb.
Okay, I'll try and recover. So I was a musician before I was a songwriter.
Okay.
And at the same time I was playing heavy metal, I was in a salsa band.
Salsa band.
Yeah, and I was playing blues at the same time and studying jazz on the side and what else was I doing? I mean, I don't know. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about genres, to be quite honest. Like when it comes down to it, I have no allegiance to a musical style.
I get it. I'm just sitting here going, okay, so I'm not intimidated at all. Yeah. I've studied all these styles. I'm a drunk that yells a lot. It's all good.
Well, because to me, it's like none of it impresses me. Because it's not like I don't get intimidated by music. I don't think anyone should, because it's all
you have that aura about you too.
It's all bullshit. Once you get hanging around people who know how to play, they're like, it is all bull. It's just a bunch of fun. There's 12 notes.
At the end of the day,
it's just how you phrase them together.
At the end of the day, you like it or you don't like it.
Yes,
so
exactly.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Feels good.
I'm just playing around. But
so one of the ways I like to do it now, I got all these years of different kinds of music. So, for example, like let's just pick a genre, a random one. What was something like, we'll say like even not necessarily random, but like something maybe you would have liked, but you maybe you don't have it in your wheelhouse to play. You know what I mean? Like for example,
Out of your comfort zone.
Like for example, have you ever thought about writing a flamenco song? Well, if you're not a flamenco guitar player,
I
Yeah,
challenge you
like-
to flamenco.
And see, my thing is the way I write, and these guys saw a bit of the stuff that I do to earlier because I was trying to write some music. I don't care what it is.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah.
I'm just gonna feel it. I'm gonna find a lane in it and go with it.
so the reason I tend to choose, especially now, I don't want to know what people are listening to anymore.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Is
I see where you're going.
I'm
from.
looking for the different we were talking about.
You're looking for that guy.
What you
I'm
are.
looking for the different.
What you
Yeah.
are. Remember when I was
what my different is?
See, I'm
right?
looking at. We're talking from two different perspectives. I'm talking from someone that, like, I was saying to Brian, I would love to be able to write 1 or 2 songs a year and make some fucking money, right?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That's something I've
But-
never done. I'd like to try.
That's not the route that I've ever taken. But I realized that when I was writing music, I wasn't paying attention to what people were fucking listening to. I got told, "Hey, check out this Cardi B person." I went, "Why did you make me listen to that? I need fucking ears."
Most of it is
surgery now."
dribble that they're forcing down our throats right now.
So
It's all.
I'm
But
hip.
if you're
the
kind
beats
of
are good.
if you're a hip hop artist and you're into that kind of culture, then you should be listening to that, right? If you want to make that.
Oh
knowledge.
yeah, absolutely.
But like, if it's not your scene, well, then what the?
Why are you listening to
Like,
it?
I don't think it's necessary for Cardi B to listen to my music collection in order to find the next thing. Although, to be quite honest, I think if those artists did expand their mind a little bit,
Oh, I think
they'd find that's where their gold really is. If you
If-
want to, if even those artists, if they want to go like, you think Kanye West is a big deal. I don't know. I don't think time will really say that about him. I think-
Kanye West is a master of auto-tune. That's really all.
yeah,
it is.
you know what I mean? But will it be like 10, 20 years time? Will people going, whoa, those were genius? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
They may know who he is.
No, and here's
It's like we know who the Bee Gees are, but do we think they're geniuses?
excuse me, Staying Alive was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking cool.
The Bee Gees
all right, the
were
Bee Gees. All right.
the Bee Gees were disco. Just out of that, we should
Shit,
write a
I
disco
stepped-
song just
all
to
right,
piss them right off.
All right, so I stepped on my dick on that one. All right.
Little bit.
This is
Maybe I should have fucking.
literally, you picked the fucking living, like the Gibb brothers. These guys are fucking legends.
Okay, fuck you.
Well, you can't tell by the way I use my.
You're right.
fuck
All right.
that
All right.
shit.
All right. I digress. All right.
Give me a fucking break. Like, this is, of all the people, you could have picked someone shitty and irrelevant like the Beatles or something. I mean,
But they're not disco.
yeah, but okay. Well, was the name of that band from Ford Fairlane that Ed O'Neill sang in? Was that one? Booty Time, Booty Time.
Oh yeah,
across
booty
the
time. Yeah,
USA.
I never thought of that. I used to love the Adventures of Fort Fairlane. That was a
Yeah.
fucking.
Talking
As a
to
kid,
Zuzu,
I love that.
talking to Zuzu was like masturbating with a cheese grater. Slightly amusing, but mostly painful. Best line in that movie. Loved it.
That was fucking great.
Oh, fuck. It was beautiful. That was a
Oh, I gotta go inside. Go to the bathroom.
Hey, Ford, we just wanted to be held. They were Girl Guides. I took 2 boxes. Anyways. Yeah, Andrew Dice Clay. How did he not get canceled, right?
Funny, a whole other time when.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have a puff on a joint while
Yeah.
he's doing that, and then we'll write a song or something. That sounds
Yeah,
good.
why
Good
not?
plan.
Just for shits and giggles. Well, there, gear. I'm going to make this more user friendly. Watch this, April. Hey, TikTok. Okay, it's gonna require more hands. I cannot move the table by myself, so fuck it. Let's come up with a good tone. You're out? That's it? That fast? Oh, okay. Well, then me neither. I'm on the pause for the cause too. Let's move the table up. We just go, and then I can sit on the other side. Yeah. There you go. Look at you, April, making this do fucking work. Well, she's right. I'm not saying she's wrong.
Yeah, I'm cursing her out. Oh shit. Okay. Let's do this as carefully as we can with everything else on there. Hold on there, TikTok. There we go. There we go. Almost like we've done this before. All right, we're closer to the camera too.
I was starting to do it by myself, and then I just pictured like a total collapse.
Oh yeah, no. It's probably a smart idea. Right. Well, I guess I'll move this out of the way for now.
Yeah. Thanks. Just a little. I just do this.
You got enough room there?
Oh yeah.
All right, we're back. Well, I'm back anyway. Now you got to pause for the cause. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
Oh. Yep.
Ooh,
Yes, it was.
You were holding out on me.
Well, Diary of a Madman. I don't
is
even
that
know if
right?
I'm allowed to admit or play that on YouTube, but whatever. I
Is that,
barely heard it
Is that
anyway.
Ozzy Osbourne?
Oh yeah.
See, will it reach?
Here, I'm gonna go mute you,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna pass the cable
Underneath. Okay.
So it's not coming
Got it. Oh yeah. It's funny that we could all do these podcasts now. Just by you saying that in TV land, it reminded me of remember Weird Al Yankovic UHF?
Yep.
No worries.
Oh, nice. There we go.
Oh yeah, I'm good to go. I can.
Oh, I fucking would have bounced in too, but it didn't. Yeah, I am white. Only the best. Well, I'm not.
Very best, yeah. Oh, like
The very best. Very best buy. Yeah. You only get the very best out here in New Brunswick.
Oh man, I remember.
Well, you know, I am from Ontario too, so I can't say nothing bad.
I
about
was
that.
born in Petawawa.
Oh,
I mean, all the guys in the room are like, I'm from Ontario, man. I got a big dick. Shit, we're talking about penis size. I'm from Ontario.
And we're not even lying either, except for Flynn over there from fucking
Well, I'm not lying that I'm from Ontario, but
I'm from
holding the New Brunswick fort down.
Okay, in all fairness, I'm from my dad's penis originally.
Yeah,
but
well,
that's,
there is
you
that.
know. It was,
Eventually, you came up from the scrotum and into the vagina and then out through the uterus.
Yeah, okay. So for those of you watching that don't know how babies happen, a man and a woman lay down and the man gives a woman $20. Okay. Anyway.
And then the stork comes.
Then a stork shows up at your door and goes, here's a fucking kid. Goodbye to the rest of your life. Have a good one.
Okay, our song.
Facts.
Fairness, that's not.
I got an idea for
Uh-oh,
the first part of the
there's-
song. It's going to be about writing about this theme we're talking about being in the, how could you write a song? Maybe
Yeah.
that's a great way to say. How can you write a song?
How can you write a song without being in the loop?
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'd recommend for
Being in the loop.
for musical purposes, we should break this up with how can you write a song as the first line, and the second one without being in the loop. What's another way to say that? Or poetic, perhaps.
The poetic. Let's see. Let me try to wax poetic. Flynn, give me something coffee housey, man. Give me some coffee housey, brother.
Hold on.
All right.
I'm taking over this one, buddy.
So he's got some coffee housey. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Turbo's been itching, so let's let him go.
Well, I
Yeah,
haven't
let's
played the
have
thing all
fun.
night.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Give us some volume, though.
Yeah, you got to.
Oh, wait, I got to unmute you.
You got to turn him on, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
That's what happens. He's the very best. He's doing the very best. He's the front. All right. Let's see what we got. We got out.
I'm the best. I'm the best. Put my music to the test.
All right. Hold on. I got some. Let's see what we got.
Shalom. Sorry, Flynn. This is the last one. This is the last shot.
Super straight, don't go for it. Anyways.
Right. Turbo.
Okay, so
Take it over.
I'm gonna give you. Here's your coffee house, but well, I don't know if it's coffee house.
You gotta,
But
you
here's
gotta give me something.
How can you write a song? So now there's a riff with it.
How can you?
Oh, I'm gonna go to
Why'd you stop?
All right.
because his line's gonna come over the A minor.
Oh, and yours is gonna be what?
Well, mine goes C B A E F sharp.
Okay, y'all.
Again, this is not the kind of song I would ever write. This is like completely. But we were talking about
No, but
90s and metal and rock, and so my brain just went. I just went back to like fucking 1992 or something.
It is much better you said.
I couldn't even play guitar back then.
Yeah, let's see. 1992. I mean, the thing is, man, is it's so we want to write a song about writing a song. Let's not be so blunt and say, how can you write a song?
I kind of like that line you just said. The thing is, man. I like that.
Yeah, it works.
See, the thing is,
How can you write a song?
how can you write a song about?
Here,
writing a
I got it.
song?
I got it here. No,
Okay.
give it to me. Give it to me. We'll do something here. We'll do something. All right.
Okay.
We'll see if we can blend a little hip hop in here. This will be fun.
Too much gain.
See, you got to get in the mood.
Never heard her say that.
Too much gain.
Yeah.
Dude, she's usually saying, "Are you in yet?" Anyways. Hey, man, that's fucking the thing.
I like it. See, there's something simple, hey man, it's like, yeah, great lyric. But then you sing it and you're like, yeah, that's actually a great lyric. It changes everything.
Hey man, can you think?
What hey man, the thing is. That's actually not bad. Because here you go, check it out. How can you write a song?
Hey, man, the thing is it. Nah, because you got nowhere to go from there, man. There's nowhere to go and keep it
Well,
going
yeah, you got a
forever.
whole other line. Sure.
Yeah, but
Sure,
if
check
you're
it
coming
out.
in, but
So-
why not go? Hold on.
But hey, I'm easy. I'm easy, right?
No. I got an idea here because you're talking about writing a song, right? What is the
Yeah.
purpose? What do you want from every song? You want someone that's going to sing along with it, right? Because that's the whole point. You want a song to be catchy that someone's going to go, yeah, I can tap my foot to that, or I can get into that. Even if it's a metal song, man.
Sure. Yeah.
You're banging. So you got that. So you do your how can you write a song, you know. All right, I got an idea here.
How can you write a song?
About writing a song. See, the thing is, man.
Something that no, but I like you just said it, so you can sing along.
No, but
So how do we make that as the second line?
No, go in and do
That's
your
good,
part,
yeah.
and I got the second part here. Because I got it.
Okay. You want the
Yeah, here.
yeah? Let's flip it around.
We'll make
It's
this.
just fun. It's a fun. This is what we do. Songwriting. We wrote songs like this. I've run half a verse and we finished it off. And that's the whole point. It's just mixing it up, right?
Yeah, go ahead here. Let's see
I
what
love
we
it.
got.
Play it.
Hey, man, we write the words, they sing along.
Perfect. So now the chords that go with that will be, let's see.
I don't have any of that shit. That's on you, man.
That's what you got me for. So.
That is very 90s.
Yeah, that'll work. I won't go to the G the second.
Hey, man.
Boy, is the gain up right high on that thing or something?
It sounds like it. It's real hissy.
Yeah.
here.
All right, here, I'll go behind the board.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just
Yeah, to
it's a
anybody.
hot pickup in this guitar, or it's the battery's getting low. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like before we get too far into this, I want to remind everybody I apologize that you have to fucking listen to me sing. So
That's right. So strap in.
yeah, strap on. I mean in. Or strap on and then go in. I don't give a fuck how you do it. You live your life. You're better insurance, man.
There you go. That's not so crunched up.
Yeah, it sounds yeah, see, so
No, that's fine. We're not as long as it just was clipping. Ooh, yeah, no, it was better where it was, and then maybe you could just bring the master up a bit. Actually, that's good there. Just bring the master up there, not the gain. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, no. See how you're bringing up the gain? Yeah, well, you want to see that yet. So it's like Siberian, and the second time, and hold the E. Hold the E. That's fine. Yeah, it doesn't have to go louder than that.
there you go with all that talent shit again. God. Song is just 6 words long. You know.
Exactly.
Couldn't
Friggin'
think of
work,
any
though, eh?
lyrics.
And we all sang that damn song, too.
Now I never
Oh,
wrote no
man.
lyrics.
The 80s, eh?
Oh fuck, it was terrible. Yeah, we can see where this goes here. I don't know. It may fucking suck. We can also slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
See how we do there. Okay. Baby, how do you write a song? Man, I write out the words and they sing along. 'Cause this fucking world's a ride that we're all on. And the time is coming where you'll be fucking gone. I said, hey, man, why not bother at all? Mankind set up to go for a fall. I listen to people bang my head on the wall. 'Cause they don't say nothing at all. Hey man, why don't we write a song? We'll write out the truth and they'll sing along. Sooner or later, the assholes are gone. But tomorrow's coming, maybe we're fucking wrong. Hey man, where have you gone? Remember when it all was simple and strong? When we become so divided, everything's wrong. We should stand up now before freedom is gone. Hey man, fuck this whole song. Nobody's listening while we're all wrong. Listen, those up top, they'll tell you nothing is wrong. I look at their counts, the balance is strong. Hey man, hey man, why don't you write a song? Change this whole fucking world, man, nothing is gone. Gone, gone, hey, man, fuck it, yeah. Hey, man, why don't you write a song, song, hey, something like that. There you go.
That was
this,
beautiful. That was
I don't
amazing.
know. Someone watching transcribe that shit so we don't lose it. I have no
Oh,
fucking
no.
clue what I just said. I got
Dude,
lost.
we
Oh,
have,
those are some good lyrics though.
we're double recording that. Don't worry. That's gonna be on YouTube forever.
Oh,
and-
that's just fucking shame. I'm sorry.
So that was my
No,
that's
that
my
was fun,
theory.
though, but-
Sometimes I like to do that. I found like, especially as an older songwriter, right? As a guy who played a bunch of types of music, I'm definitely musically schizophrenic. I find it's cool. I just kind of just go. Now I can go back and like because we were talking about industrial
I
stuff.
think there's
Whatever. It's a different way to write. It's a fun way.
There's a thing about it that's free.
Yeah.
It's very freeing when you can just pick up a fucking instrument and strum out a song and do it. I mean, while we're doing it though, it's very hard for me because we're writing a song about fucking writing a song, and I'm going, how the fuck do I say anything relevant in this?
But you did.
Well, that's because if I can't, I'm not a round peg, square hole kind of guy. If I got a round peg and a square hole, what I get is a hacksaw. Now I have a round peg and a round hole.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it where I want it to go. And it's funny. You brought up earlier that, and it's a very true statement. You're not a musician, you're a singer. Which is true. And I've said this for a while. There's singers, and I'm not a singer. I mean, I've developed my own voice over time. I personally don't think it sounds great, but listening through the speakers, it didn't sound like shit.
Right. You seemed like a singer there.
That's what I mean. It didn't sound like shit. I was pretty proud of that. Maybe one day I'll actually sing something just instead of fucking shooting out rap lyrics.
I always have a thing about singers, but to say because I was a music teacher for years.
But
not like I'm not like a teacher. I'm a guitar teacher, pop, But I always say, if you think you can't sing, you're singing in the wrong voice. You just haven't found the voice you like yet.
I think that
what I mean. Like,
yeah, everybody has their own voice.
Remember
we were talking about there a while back, and I was talking about the musical scales that correspond with your astrological signs and everything like that.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know, but
man,
everybody has their own key.
Oh,
Put it that way.
There's a picture,
and you don't have to go that woo woo with it. You can just say everybody has their own key, and you can find it.
Anybody that is a musician has seen this one, and it's the picture of the microphone sitting on the back of the truck. And it says the singer has loaded their gear.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody that's ever seen a Cypher show know that's bullshit. I've carried a whole lot of shit out that building.
Yeah. I remember when I was.
Well, you are the
I'll
gear
tell you
lad.
this in a minute. Sorry, keep finishing.
As a singer, you have to realize that while I'm not in control of where the musicality of that song is. Yeah. My emotion and my voice are going to control your intensity while you play. And it was really nice to play with someone because I don't get the opportunity to play with Cypher. I mean, I played, wrote everything. Jay is incredibly musical. Jay did play the keyboards on stage. We always had the keyboards on stage. So if we needed to adjust or we needed to change or we needed to improv, we had that. But to play with an actual musician playing a guitar or an instrument where you can control your volume and you're following me and Flynn's following you and Brian's coming in and you're seeing it all come together and you're sitting there and you're asking yourself, why the fuck did you use a stupid hook at number one? Because
exactly. Because it's
why
nice.
does
It's
it
a
take
nice feeling, isn't it?
15 fucking people to write a beat and a shitty song lyric when you can sit down and write something meaningful and relevant?
I have an answer for that.
Drugs?
No, because the government is the worst dom ever.
I was gonna say Cardi B's probably sitting.
Fucked.
But you need that hypnotic beat to catch everybody's attention.
But you know what it is. Here's how it works. I'm the producer.
Yeah.
Okay, you're Cardi B. You got my lyrics. Yeah. You look lovely today, Cardi. Your beard is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been shaving.
What if
work it out?
But we're like, yeah, strings would be good. Okay, let's put strings.
Do you know
on.
what this needs?
But
cowbell.
who composed? Yeah, but who composed
Always.
that? Who composed that cowbell loop? Oh, it's this guy.
It's
so
fucking...
he's the the cowbell guys on the co-writing list.
Oh, it's crazy,
right?
Joe.
Like fucking crazy.
I fucking had a song that I sampled a bunch of shit in. Because I do have a noise music project. I love noise.
Yeah, it's fun.
Called Antisocial Network.
Noise.
It is available.
Oh, that's awesome name.
It is available on Facebook at it, and you can buy the album on SoundCloud. I promise you I won't sign a fucking thing and I'll mail it to you. So don't ask for any more customer service. I don't owe you shit. Yeah. You got a fucking record deal.
Yeah.
Take it now.
Oh yeah, I'm so fucking canceled after this show.
Who's gonna cancel you?
Yeah, that's true. My record label doesn't want me anymore. So I mean, this is what the definition of washed up musician. This is what they end up as, telling jokes on your fucking show. Okay, great.
That's okay. I came pre-washed. I never did have a career.
Yeah,
I'm like pre-shrunk and shit.
Hey,
no, it like
this is the renewal.
You made a comment earlier, and I agree with you. You said, we were talking about songwriting stuff.
Hey.
You said all this. I think that
that's right.
You're 100% right. What doesn't impress me when I look at the music business today is the fact that we didn't get enough people through the door. It's my fucking problem. You don't know how to advertise. I have to fucking eat. I saw a great one
man.
today. I can pay you 5 exposures. That's great. My rent is 800 exposures. The last thing you want is me fucking exposing myself. You know,
yeah, really.
I don't fucking get it.
Would that get you more money though?
Get me jail time.
Well,
If it's
funny
not
too, 'cause,
sanctioned.
it depends on the style, and I'm gonna to reinforce your argument from a completely different world.
Yeah.
So, now I never had a record label deal. I mean, I played the CCMAs one year with a band,
Nice.
and actually got to hang out and meet how it worked, and
Right.
I won't get into the whole story because it's pretty obvious. I only ever played the CCMAs once, but I learned
That's
in,
okay.
in a week of, they're a conference. Those awards are a conference, right? So we
Right.
hung out at the conference all week, and so I'm eating microwave spaghetti, playing the dive. We played the dive bar in town the week before. So and that weekend, the local band was playing there, so they let us use the upstairs so we could crash out.
Okay.
The bar's not. It was called the Hideaway, And I remember my first gig there. I was going up with the drummer. He's like, "Chris, I'm just gonna tell you, everything in this building can cut you. So just so you know."
Nice.
And it was true. But we're staying there.
Everything here can fuck you up. Have a good time.
And yet
Try not to bleed everywhere.
And we're at the conference in town. So we're staying at the dive bar. I'm eating microwave spaghetti that I made the week before so I can afford to eat. And we're out there hanging out with all these big wigs and meeting the whole thing and the business of it. It's a whole other fucking ball game, right? Besides, it's nothing to do with the music.
Right.
I mean, that conference is for business.
Right.
And I would not necessarily not to knock it because, business is business.
Right.
If you want to do business, great. But did it make for a bunch of great music? I don't think so, and it was smoke and mirrors. But most of my experience has been like, playing clubs, trying to sell fries, trying to sell beer.
Yeah.
And
But
one of my biggest frustrations has been, I remember one club, this band we brought in was a swing band. We used to fucking pack this place.
Right.
And they complained they couldn't pay us enough. But between every set, customers coming up to me going, "Fuck, man, we can't get a beer. We can't get a fucking beer. I'm trying to spend money. We can't get a beer." And that, as a musician, that fucking kills me. It's like, whoa, we're in here knocking it out the park. Sold out. People are...
And you can't get a beer.
They can't wait to empty their wallet. We have done our job. Like, that is every club owner's dream.
Yeah.
And then, so they dropped the ball. That's
fucking not cool.
And and I mean, and it's,
funny, man.
it's fucking pathetic, is what it is, right?
See,
it's just like, but it's one of those. There's one experience, and then there's other ones where there's nobody here because they didn't advertise or this and that, and I got so. That's why some ways this has been great because saying, okay, you can't play, it's all shut down. It's you kind of take a step back and you go, okay, well now you guys are on your own. Now what? And where are they? Where's
their entertainment?
We're looking out for the musicians, and where's the phone call and going, oh well, we got to support the local musicians. There's none of that. The closest I heard was
support local
media. The guy from Tragically Hip. They had been advertising. There's an advertisement on some of the radio stations, and they're soliciting donations for like road crews and light technicians and stuff, But to the artists and stuff, no, we're out in the fucking cold, right?
No,
fuck us, right? Like,
it's fucked because you talk about club owner's dream, man. I am a club. I'm a guy you don't want in your fucking club.
I would say club then.
I will
There's
tell you.
There's a club who would love you.
I will tell you a funny story.
You're loved here.
Yeah, that's true. And most of the clubs.
This is a club.
Most of the clubs on the East Coast that we've played have all told us, come back, man. We love you. But we had an experience at Uncle G's in Sussex.
Okay.
My buddy Greg from Panda B's birthday was that night. And I had some extra cash, and they had an open bar, and I had a liver, and I didn't want to have a liver anymore. And I decided I was going to go to war with it and a whole bunch of shooters.
Whew.
So I got fucking trashed. So part of my show is the reason I have a wireless mic, because I like to climb shit. I like to climb on tables and bars and kick people's drinks over. And sometimes steal their drinks if I'm thirsty and happen to be walking by. And not because I'm an asshole. Well, when I steal your drink, I'm an asshole, but I send you a shooter along with your next beer.
Well,
It's
there
the
you
show, right?
It's part of the show.
It's the show.
I'll
You
tell
gotta be
you,
the character.
as a male performer, women, I'm going to say this, and it's the way it is. Any guy that's ever been on stage under lights, it is fucking hot. Okay.
Yep.
And if you see a guy wearing shorts on stage, have some respect and don't look up them, because I guarantee you 99% of the time he does not have underpants on. And if you see a singer that puts his foot up on the speaker, he is not trying to look cool. He is trying to get his balls unstuck from the inside of his leg. That's what's going on.
Well, I'd say both, but yeah, okay.
But
That's
so
the coolest way to unstick your balls
that's true.
on a monitor on stage.
That's true. You know, yeah.
The only thing better would be if you were wearing a kilt.
Yeah, I'm now kicked out of the musicians union too.
Then they
Thanks for
wouldn't be
having me on your show.
Then they wouldn't be stuck.
So
What union?
yeah, well, in Ontario there is one.
Oh, is
They
there?
actually have a union for.
There's
musicians.
rumors of one here.
Yeah, I've heard it. I was
And
given.
that's it. Rumors.
I was given a formula as to what I'm supposed to charge clubs based on all this fucking. Okay, you pay what you can afford.
Yep.
You come see me play if you want to see me play. If you'd like to take a CD home with you, that's great. They're on the table over there. There's a cup beside them. If you feel like dropping some money in the cup, you go ahead. If you want to take my CD out and fucking smash it in front of the bar because I've offended you that fucking much, great. I don't need your money. I don't want your money. I want you to fucking feel something. Don't be a robot. So this brings us back to Uncle G's. I am pissed drunk. We are about to go on. I have now fucked up singing several Nine Inch Nails ballads with Greg because apparently the words to hurt are hard.
I hurt myself.
I could literally sing "Hurt" in my fucking sleep. I could not get it
Love it.
straight that night. I don't remember. I bartender, I need another beer. That's what I'm trying to say. So it is time for us to go on, and I have this ritual that I do. So I've got my face paint done. I'm ready to go. Actually, I think this was pre-face paint. So I've got probably a Blue Jays jersey on, if I remember correctly, is what I used to wear, and a pair of jeans. I might have dressed up and thrown a purple clown jacket or something on, and I went out. I'd go for a walk. Well, Sussex is not exactly the most progressive town.
No, you would stick out like a sore thumb there.
So
Great German restaurant outside of town. But
I'm-
speaking of German restaurants,
I go for a walk to smoke a joint and get ready to play, and I've got my shot of Southern Comfort waiting for me on the bar when I get back, because I got to have a shot of Southern Comfort when I get on stage. And so I get back on stage and we start playing, and fucking 2 songs in, this guy at the bar fucking starts.
oh jeez.
And he fucking shouts, "Grab her by the pussy."
God.
Now I'm fucking drilled. I don't have Jay with me. Okay, I had Jay couldn't come on that particular tour, so we had trained this dude Matt. Now Matt is a very Jay is a big fat guy. Okay, there's a running joke, which is probably in bad taste, that I make on stage about Jay, and you know.
I'm just gonna sign off TikTok.
Oh, bye.
Bye, TikTok.
And so we have this other guy with me, and this guy's a person of color, and he's now fucking right offended, and he's ready to storm out of the bar. And I turned and I look, I said, no, I got this. So I, of course, have a wireless mic. I get off stage, walk over to the guy. How you doing, sir? For the rest of this show, you got my complete and total undivided attention, motherfucker. And I proceeded to alter the words to every fucking song to be about him.
Oh God.
So about halfway through the set, he fucking shouts to stage, "You're an asshole. My mom died yesterday." And I was lit, right? Like just fucking right lit. And I just fucking shout back at the bar, "Listen, you little fuck, don't tell me your fucking problems."
These are the type of stories where like you could just at the show to be a fly on the wall is just total disaster. But just fucking gold storytelling. Oh my god!
Oh my
the
god,
memories.
man! If I had a fucking quarter for every fucking time I've had a bar owner come over to me and go, you can't say that. I'm banned from a bar in Sudbury because I made a dick joke. I made some sort of comment like nobody was cheering for something. I said, "Oh, listen, everybody cheering wants to suck my dick or something," and nobody was cheering. And it was a joke about myself. I was being demeaning to myself.
Yeah.
At which point, someone in the back of the room just hears the word cheer and not thinking cheers as loud as they can. As a performer, you've got two options. You can either ignore what is going on around you, or you can take action.
Yeah.
And at that point, I chose the wrong choice. The choice should have been play the fucking song, Jay.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead, what came out of my mouth was, "I'll see you after the show."
Fucking gold. Oh,
So
man. Oh, man.
I get back to London. Okay. Now, as with all good bar stories, at this time I was a heavy drinker, so I was pretty fucking slaughtered.
Not you.
So we had slept at the bar overnight, and we had gone upstairs to a party at this one room, and there was a young lady that was traveling with us that was one of the opening acts, and she had stated that she didn't feel comfortable with some of the people that were at this party. And I'm like, okay, well, what would you like to do? And she said, well, can I sleep in your room? Because I know you're not going to try anything. And I said, that's great. I'm going to pass out, probably puke all over my fucking self. Rock and roll rules, man.
Rock and roll. And that was a safe space back in the day.
So that was a safe space.
That used to be our safe space.
So I get back to London, and Sudbury is about a 7-hour drive from London, and in about 3.5 to 4 feet of snow the whole way.
Yummy.
And so I get back to London after about 11 hours of driving, because it's 7 normally, it's 11 during the worst snowstorm April has seen in forever. I'm not kidding, it was April.
That's unheard of for that area.
Yeah, it was crazy. And the next day I get a call from the record label. And Ryan, if you're watching tonight, I fucking love you. You're a great human being. You're my best friend in the world. I don't lie to you when I say, well, he's not my best friend in the world. He's a really, 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 really good friend. I do praise the guy literally every day. I have something nice to say about Ryan. Ryan treated me right. He protected me when I needed protecting. He let me fall on my face when I needed to fall on my face. He wasn't one of these asshole record labels that was going to let me go get back on the shit and supply it, real fair guy. But he always kept me honest. And he calls me and he says, can we talk? Sure. He says, I had a complaint from Sudbury. Oh, really? What did I do? Because I don't remember. Now, what's interesting is I had hired a videographer.
Oh, yes.
Because we were getting ready to go on the Rise Up tour.
Really?
Yeah.
Good.
We were getting ready to go on the Rise Up tour, so the videographer had recorded this. So Ryan sees the video, and I see the video, and we all see the video, and we agree that, okay, the comment was in fucking poor taste. But it was nothing to get bitchy and fucking cry about. So we fast forward about, I don't know, I think it was like 2 years. And someone's handling booking for Cyphier, and I'm trying to book Sudbury because we always make good money in Sudbury, right? Yeah. Except for the night that the bar owner dropped the ball because he was a dick and went to Toronto to go see a fucking concert and forgot to advertise our show. And we made $40. And they couldn't even buy me a goddamn beer, the cheap prick. Anyways, so about a couple years later, I reach out to a buddy that books in Sudbury, and I said, "Hey man, I'm getting ready to drop a solo record, and I think I'm going to do a tour without Cyphier, and I want to play." And he says, okay, I get you a show, and he gives me a date, and I get it booked, and I'm all excited. I'm gonna go fucking, it's gonna be my first solo show. No fucking Cypher or anything.
Yep.
Nah, man, fucking broad that I said it to fucking turns around and says, if he plays here, I'll stop funding your bar. And cancel culture wins. So the city of Sudbury has lost out on my greatness. No, but road stories are what's best, but you don't get to the road stories until you can write a decent song. If you don't have a good process, like what we did tonight was fun, but I mean, is that a way I could write shit and put it on my record? Probably not.
No, but it's a good jumping point for you to
Yeah.
put something in the record
It's
that may come from
fun to sit and do that, and like I do what we just did. I'd record the shit.
Yeah.
I put it out because it's not bad, and I was saying, like it really had the feel of like a Tommy Morello kind of moment, you know, with the Night Watchman.
It was very-
Yeah, it's the thing is with writing songs too. One thing I always like is like you don't have to use it.
No,
and you can always give it away.
You can give it to
or
someone.
or what I like is fucking just if it's not the right time, save that shit. Because like for example, you know, like you said, you know, you dropped a solo album. You never know when it might fit, you know. But that's been a problem with me is I'm a musical schizophrenic.
Yeah,
so I'll do all that stuff, and then what do you do with it? Like every time I tried to write an album it was like one song from. It was like really they didn't fit. It was like 15 different projects from one album, and it was like, oh fuck, what are you gonna do with that?
But you know what, shit like that works.
Maybe I don't know. I never had a producer, so who knows? Awesome.
But what I found was, and here we go again, the albums where I didn't try to pick a theme. The albums, okay, like I did 2 concept albums. Our first album, Overthought, a very personal album about a night where I spent trying to decide whether or not I wanted to be on this planet anymore.
Right. And the album's called Overthought?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, like the whole intro to it is just this one's for you because you're just like me. You with that pill bottle, you with that rope around your neck, you know, you overthought. That's the opening of the album. And it goes through this whole story, and it's a concept record. And the next record, we were just like, hey, let's fucking write a record. We want it to sound kind of progressive metal-y.
Yep.
And it worked. But if you listen to that record, no 2 songs fucking go together. God Thing and Breathe don't make sense together, like none of it. And then the next album we did an anti-fascist record, and then we did an anti-right-wing album. And then because I'm an equal opportunity asshole, I decided to do an anti-left-wing album called Criminal Opinions. Yep. That one got panned to death, but had some great songs on it, and we covered Insane Clown Posse, so everybody can fuck off. And then when I did my solo stuff, last time I was on the show with Brian, actually, I had just dropped a single. It was still uploading while we were doing the show. For the track Antifa, and apparently you can't refer to Antifa members or whatever they want to call themselves, anybody that claims membership in Antifa, since it's not actually a fucking organization.
Exactly. That fucking
it's a mindset.
Drives me nuts, the assumption that it is. Yeah.
I made a point of calling them, maybe I called them keyboard warriors and genetic mistakes. Yeah. But if you're offended by that, great. Go write a fucking song, come back at me. Don't go online and whine.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great way to put it. If you're offended, go write a fucking song, write a book.
Write me an email.
With it. That's the whole point of it. That's art.
If you're fucking offended, write me an email.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
I paint, and I was saying to my
it's okay to be offended.
No,
you're allowed.
I said, if someone wants to buy my paintings, let them. Let them pay whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
They can light them on fucking fire for all I care. It's not my point. Yeah. It's art it's supposed to make you feel something. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form trying to rub any salt in anybody's face for bands they were in before, but one of my favorite East Coast bands was Panda Bee. I thought they were quality. I thought they had a great sound. Consent is Sexy and the Argus Files were both great albums. I had the opportunity to listen to the newest album they were putting together. And
Let's be careful before we go any farther because we are live online and it will be recorded.
whoopty fucking do. My
Okay.
opinion's my opinion.
All right.
I'm not giving anything away about the album except for to say that I feel that it lacked the strength of the previous work.
Mm.
I mean, it's not a negative. It's good.
No, okay. Yeah.
I'm going to buy the fucking thing and listen to it and enjoy it. I own all the albums. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying it lacks the conviction and the power of the previous albums. And that's something that I see happen far too often. It's something that happened to myself. I mean, I'm not too proud to admit it. I gained a shit ton of confidence sitting around this table being able to write a song. I mean, Brian sat here all afternoon.
Job done.
Brian sat here watching me trying to write today, and it was fucking painful. Like, for me, it was painful. I picked up a microphone, I looked at it, and I'm like, I can't remember to use
But
this
you were
fucking
also
thing.
getting over some fear and some agoraphobia and a whole bunch of things all at the same time, too.
But to hit that wall and be able to overcome that and do something because someone says, hey, let's do this. It's a great job, and it was fun, but I'm just saying, you can't. There's a point where, as a songwriter, you have to walk away too.
Yeah.
You have to know when to walk away. I haven't been heard from in a year plus because I don't have time right now. I can make time, but I don't have that screaming motivation because what are you gonna do?
You're happy.
No, but what are you gonna do? You're not gonna go out there and write songs about shit that nobody's listening fucking to anyways.
Yeah.
I wrote 100 songs about fucking COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote, I've written 100 songs about politics. I've written all this, but nobody's listening to each other because you can't say anything anymore because you're fucking racist or you're this or you're that. It's censorship. It's bullshit.
latest is terrorist.
Oh, now you're a terrorist?
I'm a terrorist now. I know.
Oh yeah.
I've been hearing that term
terrorist.
creeping up.
Unbelievable.
Here's my thing.
Like,
okay.
that's what you say. Yeah, that's like your brain is off.
Here's my thing. Okay, here's my thing.
How long have we been going for there, Flint?
Way too long. No, I'm kidding. A long time. 2 hours.
Oh, only 2 hours and 19 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, it's I don't who's else on her talking? Anybody new? April. Right.
She told me she was gonna write. She told me she was gonna write a book in our comments.
Apparently,
section.
I see this. Right
so
now,
good job, April.
April's like posting.
She's our
all
biggest
my-
fan right now.
We have fans.
We love you.
I have a big fan. It's on my ceiling. No, no, but like, how can you have musical freedom when everybody's being censored? I mean, 1980s PMRC trial. Didn't we beat that shit back?
Yeah.
We thought we
exactly.
did.
I mean, fuck Tipper Gore. All we've got now is 1,000,001 Tipper Gores. And what are they calling it now? It's not censorship. It's being socially sensitive. Shut the fuck up.
But you know what? And now that's come to its fruition, because first it was just, we're just being politically correct and it was inclusivity. And now all of a sudden, now that it involves health,
It's
something
control.
actual serious, something important. And I shouldn't say not something important, but something a lot more important than just your feelings. And now that's being censored. That's when shit's getting real. You know what I mean? Like, it's getting real.
I have a problem when anyone.
You see that post about Dr. Oz challenging Dr. Fauci?
Oh yeah.
On the first day of COVID, my true love gave to me some bullshit from Dr. Fauci.
Yeah.
Right. I think that
That's great.
we've come to a point where we forgot what sociology really is. Okay, here's the deal. And you out there in YouTube land, get ready to lose any fucking monetization you might survive with on your video. Flush, there goes the PG-13 rating.
Yeah.
We got nothing anyway right now, so it doesn't matter.
Socialization is the dumbing down of mankind for the purpose of someone getting rich.
Subjugation.
It's not even subjugation, man. It's fucking blatant lying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
100% now.
Here's the thing. If I'm going to sit down and I'm going to write a book, I'm going to write a book about a social issue. I'm going to pick a certain social issue. What social issue do I want to pick? I'm going to pick adoption. Okay, I'm adopted, so I can do that. I'm going to write a book about being adopted. I'm going to write a book about all the fucking shitty things that happen to you because you're fucking adopted. And you know what's going to happen? Someone's going to come back and they're going to go, "You're an ungrateful prick."
Yeah.
But I'm not being ungrateful. I love my mom and dad. I love them to pieces. Like Glenn and Wendy are the most amazing people on the fucking planet. But there are traumas that we face as an adopted person that need to be addressed.
Sure.
But if I write a book about that, someone's going to get offended. Okay. But if I go out and I write a book about the traumas of being an adopted person from X country other than this one and being taken away from my country and how traumatic that is, it's going to be a bestseller. Because that's the rub of sociology. It's not what's being said, it's who's saying it.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
Exactly.
you're writing for textbooks, you're writing for journals, you're writing for these things. What do all those things have attached to them? Money.
Yeah.
You're writing to become rich. Don't give me this bullshit that you're writing a book on Mahatma Gandhi because you want to fucking be a saint. Because you'd be picking another target other than Mahatma Gandhi. He was a prick. But you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know that much about him, to be quite honest.
no, but this is the thing. He beat his wife on a regular basis. But
yeah, jeez.
that's the thing, is you've got this huge wealth of what's right and wrong. Well, I don't think we need to let go of the past. I think that's right-wing bullshit, okay? We don't need to let go of the past. We need to remember the past, because if we don't remember the past, we're fucking doomed to repeat it.
Yep.
I think we need to relearn the real past.
What we need to do is all wear fucking blindfolds. Everybody put on a fucking blindfold. Take the world as it is right now. Everybody get a blindfold and a completely impartial person. Good luck finding one. A blindfold and a method of sitting on in front of your fucking computer beforehand, and everybody have a conversation with no fucking eyes.
Yeah.
Now you tell me who's different. Because we're all the fucking same in the
That's
dark.
right.
Yeah.
And you can whatever. I mean, you're an old white dude. Okay, boomer, whatever the fuck they want to say to me. Why is it okay? Because here's the thing. I'm not a boomer. And people forget that. I'm a member of Generation X. And when the little fucking millennials want to pick fights, okay, when they want to pick fights, and Joe Rogan, you can put this in your fucking pipe and smoke it. You don't go after the Joe Rogans. Fuck goes after Joe Rogan? He's boring. They go after all the rich old guys, right? And they go after the boomer generation. And you hear them yell a little bit about those, what was that catchy phrase they did, Generation Next? Or whatever stupid shit they did after Generation X, Generation Y, and then you got that fucking other little fucking piece of generation because of technological advances. Fuck it all. Nobody fucks with Generation X.
No.
Do you know why? Because Generation X, we just punched you in the fucking face. That was the way it was. It was, I don't agree with you. We're going to settle our shit, and then we're going to move on with life.
Yeah.
We didn't carry beefs. We didn't carry all this shit. Yeah, we had our fucking differences, and we have our traumas from it. But
once it was done, it was done.
you don't see people fucking with Gen X, and here's why. If you are not as good at something as someone, don't criticize them. We beat censorship. You created it, millennial fucks.
Yeah.
I'm tired of seeing people censored. I'm tired of seeing views. Whether or not I agree with them, I don't care.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to slapping a parental advisory sticker?
Fuck that too.
Well, I get it, but at least
why?
that was the compromise.
Why? Do you know the first album I bought that had a parental advisory sticker on it? Poison. Look what the cat dragged in.
No.
Don't want nothing but a good time. That's what I got a parental fucking
Half the
advisory
records
sticker
I
for.
bought when I was a kid was because they had that sticker on it. Otherwise, I might not even bought it.
I
Oh,
would
that
have
really worked?
It was a badge for the kids in the 90s.
I would have never heard Guar if
Right.
it wasn't for the fucking fact that there was blood all over the cover and there was a parental advisory sticker. And I thought, who is the idiot that thought the sticker was necessary?
Yeah, exactly. That's so funny. Yeah.
Like,
Okay, yeah.
we are telling people what they are allowed to think and what they're allowed to say. I wrote a song called The
crazy.
Thought Police. There's a reason I wrote it. That is what we are becoming. Once you control the art, once you control television, you control media, you control all of it. Knowledge is power. How do you gain power? By controlling the media. You don't gain power by controlling politicians because politicians are like tissue paper, soft and disposable.
Yeah, it's true.
So they're controlling the artists through these kids by telling these kids what they should think. And what the kids are doing is going, fuck you, Boomer and Generation X. Go, whoa, shut up, Junior. You're getting manipulated. Let me show you.
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not.
I had to deal with one fucking tipper going. Now
Yes,
I
you
got
are,
to
you
deal with 10
fucking
million
idiot.
of little bastards. But
And
then
hey, you know, we had it too. I mean, their media was
But-
manipulating our little brains too.
there are members
But
of
it's
each
gotten
generation.
so much worse.
There are members of each generation, though, that just say, fuck the system. And when you talk to those people, man,
But look at how much more silly shit is on TV now.
you know,
Like, look, have you seen some of the kids shows?
I hate the term woke. Does anybody else hate that term?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I agree with Tom McDonald. I agree with Tom McDonald. Saying you're woke doesn't make you a prophet. It makes you a liar and stupid, obnoxious.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But here's the thing. The left wing claims to preach equality. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The right wing, they claim the right wing preaches dominance, blah, 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 supremacy, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. That's the extreme left and the extreme right. The middle ground, the people that vote because they want food. Someone asked me why I would ever consider to vote for the conservatives. I said, because I'm addicted to things like food. Of course, I voted NDP because I think Jack Meat Singh's fucking badass. But
I don't trust any of those fuckers.
Jagmeet Singh is just another puppet. He actually comes from
They're
the
all-
terrorist faction in
they're
India.
all just another puppet. Every fucking
Yeah,
last
we know that.
one of them.
Jagmeet Singh does kind of look cool, I guess, because
He looks like Jason Momoa.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. I mean, you ever seen him with his hair down? He looks like fucking, he's the Canadian Jason Momoa. The man is rocked.
That doesn't mean
I'd fuck him.
that doesn't mean he's a good person, though.
I mean, I okay, fine. I'm out. Okay, I'm bi. I get it. I'd fuck Jagmeet Singh. There's no fucking question about it.
Okay, well
man.
now
The
we know
guy's
why.
hot as fuck.
Well, now we know why you voted for him.
Well, yeah, because he's got a nice butt. No, I'm kidding. I voted for him because I like his policies and I need some dental work done. He said he was going to cover it. That's why.
You believed that shit?
Welcome to Canada. We want our dental work covered. Come on, Jagmeet. Actually pay out some dental work and we'll all vote for you.
Yeah, really.
And my number is no. Anyways,
You want some dental work?
No,
Coconut
but-
oil.
you cannot. Yeah, it's not going to help this, man.
Yeah, it will.
No, it won't. I promise.
Okay.
Yeah, like I have to have every tooth in my mouth extracted and new teeth made and put in, and I don't have 75 grand. So right now I've got about 8 broken ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Oh, jeez.
But at the end of the day, like, fuck, like, do they not pay attention? The most important thing we have as human beings isn't the right to bear arms or arm bearers or whatever. Americans, you have the right to bear arms. Congratulations. The purpose behind that right was to overthrow an unjust government. How did Trump make it the whole term? Anyways, of course, how's Biden going to make it the whole term? I mean, they're all
Because Trump
fucking
didn't actually
crooked.
do anything wrong.
He didn't do anything right either.
I would beg to differ on that one.
I can't see
Because the oil prices were lower than they have been in forever. First of all, he didn't start any wars.
That's
and all he did
because
was peace.
Russia toileted the oil prices during the pandemic because it was funny.
No, that's not what I saw happen.
They dumped billions of barrels.
I'm sure they might have, but
That's what sparked the oil drop, man. And nobody was driving cars, so
But
gas
that-
stations
that-
were going out of business.
Yeah.
Trump wasn't in charge during the pandemic. Biden's been in charge the whole pandemic.
No, that's not true.
No, because he
no,
did.
check your
He
facts.
did warp speed,
No.
and right in the middle of it,
Yeah.
Biden came in.
Okay.
No, the
2000
election was in the
hold on.
middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
No, it was at the beginning of
No, it
the
was at
pandemic.
the end of it, man.
No, it was
Check
at the
your
beginning
dates.
of it.
Check your dates. You're
No.
wrong.
Because 2019 is about when they started prepping us for COVID, which was when they fired Don Cherry on Remembrance Day.
January 2019.
And October is when the virus was actually released in China of 2019.
Right, but Trump wasn't voted out till 2000.
Hold on, I'm
October of
getting- I'm-
2000
hold
or
on, I'm
November
getting-
of 2020.
Well, let me get my logic out before you start.
Yeah,
So, yes, you are right. I'll say that before I continue. But listen to what I'm saying. Because this is all released on purpose at the end and just at the beginning of the election, in 2019, it was released. So, yes, technically Trump was in charge. But it wasn't a problem until it started to gear up when they were starting to gear up for the election. Then all of a sudden they started running the narrative. This virus is going to kill everybody.
I don't know. See, because
Then that led up, that was the whole reason they released that virus, is so that they could have that going on during the presidential race. So they could cover up the fact that they were going to steal it.
in preparation for tonight, I went through old song lyrics, and one of the things that I was doing, looking through old song lyrics, was looking at dates that I wrote them.
Oh yeah.
And in May of 2020, which is a good 6 months before Trump was removed from office, before Trump was voted out, and then keep in mind he was still president until January.
But at that point in time,
And
he technically couldn't do anything because he was in election mode, and there was basically he was either on his way out or he was going to be doing stuff.
Oh,
So
no.
he couldn't actually do anything at that point in time.
He could have ignored the election and continued to work on the pandemic. And
But
not
there's
cared about
nothing you can.
personal
But there's
gain,
nothing you can do when there's nothing you can do. There was literally nothing to do for this because it's like the fucking flu.
Well, don't forget, gentlemen, that we're also talking about politicians, the tissue people.
Oh,
Right.
At the end
So
of
the reality is there's actual people in charge that have nothing to do with these clowns that we're talking about anyway.
The point is this: we're talking about. So there's a couple statistics, and you know me, I'll argue till I'm blue in the face. If you're going to quote numbers, you better quote fucking accurate shit at me. In early 2000, late 2019, early 2020, people were quoting numbers about how, we've only lost as many people as we have to the flu and to COVID and blah, 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 blah. COVID had been killing people for 2 months. The flu had a year. They were comparing yearly numbers against monthly numbers. My problem, and I'm not here to debate COVID, man. The bottom line is this. Doesn't matter whether you believe in COVID, you don't believe in COVID, or whatever it is. There are multiple million people. There are still.
I've heard the CDC actually admit that 75% of those people didn't die from COVID and they made it up.
There were.
And that happened like recently.
But that's okay. But that's like, okay, so that's like Meatloaf, right? Meatloaf died from complications resulting from the COVID virus. He didn't die from COVID.
That doesn't make sense.
Right. Here's the thing. If I catch COVID, I don't die from COVID. I die from congenital heart failure. If I catch a flu, I die from congenital heart failure. I don't die from the flu. It is a condition that is exacerbated by a nasty,
and COVID
nasty
is
virus.
the flu.
And what people need to, it is a type
just
of
like
flu.
a cold or a flu, or
It is a type of virus that is similar. But when you list that on a death certificate, and I say this because this has been an argument all along, and the CDC, 75% of those people didn't die from COVID. I went to a doctor because, again, I research. That's what I do. I went to a fucking physician and I said, show me a fucking death certificate and show me how it's filled out, because I wanted to know. And you have cause of death, self-perforating gunshot wound to the head. Cause of death or exacerbating factors, mental depression. Or in the case of me, cause of death, congenital heart failure. Exacerbating factors, COVID-19, nasal cold, probably too much beer. I didn't die from COVID. I died because my body wasn't strong enough to beat a virus. But you have an accelerated rate of people. I get it. It is a virus. It is like any other virus. You know what else is a virus? Like any other virus? HIV.
Okay, but here's
straight up.
But here's the other thing. HIV is more dangerous than COVID, and they haven't forced vaccinated us for that.
They don't have a vaccine.
And here's
They've been working on a vaccine
actually,
for HIV for...
Actually, they do
Some might
now.
argue the same about COVID.
They don't.
They actually have a vaccine for it now from here.
Okay, so let's get some shit straight about the vaccine for COVID, okay?
It's not a vaccine.
We don't have a vaccine for COVID. We have Tylenol for COVID. That's what we have.
Yeah.
We have Tylenol that they shoot in your arm with a little drill that activates and sends signals to the mothership, because anybody that's had a COVID shot, if your arm didn't hurt after it, you were a fucking mutant. Because that shit hurts. I've had, my 2 shots. I refused to go get a booster after I just got a fucking shot a week ago. That's bullshit. But COVID is a virus. HIV is a virus. This whole, it's a flu. You know what it is? I'm going to tell you what it is. This isn't about protecting your freedoms.
It's a Ponzi scheme.
No, it's not about protecting your freedoms, man. It's about protecting that broken, fucked up system out there that they call capitalism.
That's part of it.
No,
it's not even about protecting capitalism. They want to collapse capitalism so they can run us into communism.
They don't want us in communism. No, you're. Oh God, don't drink the fucking Joe Rogan Kool-Aid, man. Don't do it.
This isn't even Joe Rogan. He doesn't even say that.
Whoever, don't drink.
No,
the Kool-Aid
this is straight out of China, because China owns everything that Canada has.
It's not. It's that nobody's trying to make Canada communist. Nobody wants Canada to be communist. We're the country everyone blames for everything. We're the nice guys who take it.
I don't know about that.
We
are the nice guys that take it, yes, but I don't know about us being blamed for everything.
Fuck, you hear it all the time. Fuck Canadians. I literally was spit on in the States when I lived there for being Canadian, man.
Okay.
After 9/11, they blamed us because some of the terrorists got past their border guards.
Oh, yeah.
That's my fucking fault somehow, right? Or when there was an accident and U.S. planes bombed a bunch of fucking Canadian soldiers and I got pissed off about it, I had to fight my way out of a bar one night. So fuck them. But my point is, you can. It's not about being communist. Everybody wants to say, it's about making us communist. No, it's about protecting fucking capitalism so that people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all them can continue to shoot their old fucking dead wrinkled asses into space in giant penis-shaped rockets.
I don't see it as a communist threat either. I see it as an extreme capitalism.
It's an extreme capitalistic push.
Capitalism. Yeah.
Who has the right?
Which is fascism is really, it's not Antifa. Fascism is really extreme capitalism.
Yeah, about that.
What you guys are describing to me is this is the way I'm going to do it. This is the way I'm going to approach this.
It's capitalism.
They're trying to put us under whatever socialist, communist, whatever rule they want so that they can exert whatever they're doing.
But I don't know, like the social credit
because
system of China, right? China's not really communist anymore. It's just...
Are you sure?
It's just a super. It's capitalist.
Like I'm willing to bite that, but when the country, when the party that runs the country is called the Communist Party of China,
but I could call myself the Flying Spaghetti Giveaway Company. But if I'm selling product,
socialist party.
Yeah, so that made them socialists.
The Nazis weren't socialists.
Well, then what were they?
They were fascists, pure and simple.
Well, then then they're all fascists then.
But
those are the dictators. The dictators are always fascists.
Here's the thing.
We're not talking about what's going on in the country.
Communism, fascism, all this, they're fucking fear tactic words because you know what?
Yeah. I'll give it to that.
They're all shit that goes against capitalism. Every one of them.
There's nothing wrong with capitalism.
Capitalism is bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
Capitalism is bullshit. Democracy is bullshit. Humankind is not prepared to choose our own fate.
That's too bad.
Because a person is intelligent. Groups of people are fucking retarded.
And that's what this whole fucking situation is about, in my opinion.
It's not. It's about the fact that everybody's drinking the goddamn Kool-Aid and you're letting them divide us.
Yeah. And they're making,
I agree to all
making
of that.
money.
I agree to all of that.
There's a small group making money hand over fist. this,
The only
and more and
people that
faster
are-
than they ever have. Right?
Look
Like,
at
it's
Pfizer.
addictive.
Okay, here's a fact. Right now, there is one vaccine, one approved for booster shots in certain areas of the states, and that's the fucking Pfizer vaccine. Pfizer has the patent on all the vaccines. Pfizer is making money. Pfizer was fucking, what's his name? What's that fucking prick's name? Biden says, "Oh, I've got the Pfizer vaccine." The day after he's elected, or a week after he's elected, suddenly they massively find a vaccine. Well, if it's a vaccine, why the fuck are we all still catching this shit?
Yeah.
Polio doesn't exist because we vaccinated now.
Actually, no, polio was herd immunity before the vaccine, before it came out, and then they just forced the vaccine onto you. And then they told you that it was because of the vaccine.
Okay, do you drink Caesars? You ever drink Caesars?
No.
Anybody drink Caesars?
Too many.
Yeah, me too. I see all these people talking about, oh, this is chemical re-cloning and all this shit, right? Chemical re.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
The vaccines are there. Yes, they're rewriting. Don't ever drink a fucking Caesar again. Read the history of Clamato juice. A scientist named Mott invented it by splicing genetics together to make fucking Clamato juice. I always wanted to think it was like some old East Coaster. Someone dropped a clam in a bucket of tomato juice and went, "That's fucking tasty, boy."
That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
No, it was actually a fucking scientist in New York. He wanted to make a drink that tasted like clam chowder. Now, here's my thing. I don't know what's more wrong.
Bizarre.
The fact that
It's so weird.
you had the thought that I'm sitting at a bar having a cocktail. God, I wish this tasted more like seafood. I'm like, who fucking thinks that, right?
I'm hungry, but I want to keep drinking.
That is
Wait
like,
a minute.
That is
I got a
fucking
guy
crazy.
with a lab.
I know what a Bloody Mary tastes like. I wonder what happens if we slam down some seafood in there. Like,
But you know what? To go back to what you were saying though, this one thing is because it's funny
look like a terrorist.
because I'm one of these anti-vaxxers or whatever, you know. And for me personally, yeah, it was a choice. I don't want it. I don't need it. I've got all kinds of good reasons that I don't have to share if I don't feel like it. You know what I mean? But
My body,
it
my
comes
choice.
down to like, for example, I know my parents are older. They got health conditions. They chose to get it. You know, I was like, okay, fine. But if you're going to sell a medicine to my parents and you're making a big bunch of fucking money, I'll tell you right now, it better fucking work. Because if you rip off my family with a medicine that doesn't work, that's not right. And I think, you know, you can take all the different parts of the arguments, but when it comes down, like, you know, if I buy a Tylenol and it doesn't get rid of my headache, it's one thing. If it doesn't get rid of my headache, doesn't get rid of any, it turns out it doesn't get rid of headaches. Be like, whoa, wait a minute. That's false advertising. You know where I'm going with this, right? Like, it's got to work. If you're going to, especially if you're going to push something out, it's got to work. And it doesn't
You're going to
seem to be
demonize
working,
people
right?
for not wanting
No,
it.
It's not working because
We don't
you've
demonize
got-
people for not wanting Tylenol.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You're not even like, I believe that if COVID-19 or whatever fucking number we're on now
Yeah.
is as strong as it is, we could have solved this problem. We could have solved this problem if we took stupidity and politics out of it,
Yep. 100%.
because we all want to talk about herd immunity this. I'm going to point out there were monkeys on the fucking streets of the Philippines again, having gang wars after the lockdown. That's how much Mother Nature regenerated in a matter of a year.
Yeah.
If we had locked this motherfucking planet down tighter than a witch's tit in an iron bra. Sorry, there's another saying that goes there, but I didn't want to use the C word right now. We could have beat this thing. We can never go back to the way we were.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you really think that would have worked?
Yep.
Locking everybody down.
100%.
It didn't work.
It's only
Yeah,
one,
it did,
there's
'cause
only
nobody
one,
listened.
There's only one
No, it
catch.
didn't.
Oh
Yeah,
my
but
God.
but
How
there-
can you fucking say that? There are pictures of 35,000 people at a house party in fucking Brantford in the middle of lockdown where they all got $10,000 fines. And guess what? They were back a fucking week later.
That's
so
why
don't
it'll
tell
nev-
me
but-
it locked down.
But that's why it'll never work. That's
Well,
something you got to be aware.
yeah, it will never work because
Yeah,
everybody wants fucking freedoms that
Yeah,
you didn't
you
earn.
can't do it.
You did. I didn't.
Yeah, but you can't. But that's
freedom is an
that's
inherent
something
right.
You gotta, but that's.
No, it's not.
But even you got to forget all
is.
that.
What are the inherent rights of life? Give me the inherent rights of life. Freedom is not one of them. You have the right to breathe. You have the right to eat. You have the right to sleep.
Yeah, but picture this though. You got some ducks in a cage, or your duck farm, and you got your ducks.
Yep.
And
I understand this
okay,
analogy.
and you know it's whatever. You don't have to fucking.
No, literally, I am like a bird
then you
farmer. I get it. Yeah.
Right. Okay, you want them in.
Yeah.
Right. But you realize, and you have this idea that okay, I don't know, maybe there's a predator, and the predator somehow can get to the water, or the water's outside.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm making a stupid analogy, but and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna lock these ducks in. You're like, okay, but
Yeah.
they got to get the water. I know you can bring water in to feed the ducks, but imagine in some stupid world, the ducks just had to get it out of this source, and you knew like, oh fuck, no matter what, I've got to get them out. And where I'm trying to, this is my stupid analogy is going. It's nice to say, hey, we could have locked down everybody if everybody would have just listened. But you got to be realistic and know going into it, that's never gonna happen.
No, I am being realistic.
You know what I'm saying? Like the idea that we could lock down people, which makes you say, you got to go, okay, then there's got to be another tack.
Okay, but here's
you know what I mean? Because
here's the thing.
Because if you try, some people are just going to be jerks about it. Some people are going to just physically it's not going to work, or maybe they're in a rural situation. There's a million reasons.
The way our society is set up, we always have to go
even
get
though
food.
we want it, it would have never worked. Like there's just no way you could say, let's lock the world down perfectly for a year. There's just the logistics of that, the complexity of the planet. You know what I mean? Almost makes you got to go. There's got to be another way.
You're both right. You're both
No,
100% fucking right. But here's the reality. Both of your objections to locking down the planet are based on the current system that the planet is run on.
No, it's also based
As
on
in capitalism.
As in,
Hold on, I haven't even.
No, I'm curious where you go with this because
No.
Hold on, no, I haven't even gotten to my actual point yet.
No. You've got several governing bodies involved in the COVID pandemic that are fucking corrupt as fuck.
There's more than
like
that.
most of them. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
There's
no,
way
but
more than that.
But that's true. You got a lot of corruption going on.
You've got a lot of corrupted government bodies, but you've got
sure.
key players in this pandemic, and you've got key players in this pandemic that have been less than altruistic with people.
Yeah.
You've got WHO that shares the information way too fucking late.
Yep.
By the time we got the information on COVID, I knew people that had already had the fucking virus.
Right. Yep.
I would have been one of them.
I knew people that were in the hospital on fucking medicines that were fucking napalm.
Yeah.
Before this got fucking sorted. Sorry, I'm about to rant. I need some water.
Water away.
Who fucked it all up because they didn't tell anybody. By the time we locked it down, half the people we locked in the houses were infected with the fucking virus.
Right. It was too late. Yeah. Yep.
So your medical world emergency system, which we call WHO, was a fucking joke. Then you've got
all the cover-ups involved. Made it
then
even
you've
more
got
complicated.
now. I am not a Trump supporter. I will never be a Trump supporter. I am not a Biden supporter. I will never be a Biden supporter. I'm not American. I don't give a shit. What I have is fucking Howdy Doody on TV telling everybody take hydrochloroquine.
That never actually happened either.
I've got the fucking video of him saying it, that it's a fucking tremendous drug. Don't tell me he didn't say it.
Oh, we're talking about Trump.
Howdy Doody fucking stood
Who the
there.
fuck is Howdy Doody?
That fucking orange retard.
He thought you meant Trudeau, didn't you?
Oh, you
No.
that Trudeau.
No, you're talking about
The other
Or
Howdy Doody.
Fauci or who? I said the next point is you got Trump out there pushing a medication.
I actually thought he was talking about Joe Rogan for a second.
Oh, no. You got a guy that's pushing a medication that doesn't work.
But it did work.
No, it didn't work.
It did.
Oh, on who? Him?
On a bunch of people.
Yeah. Okay. Show me the fucking test where he tested positive. Show me the test where he was given hydrochloroquine. Show me every fucking blood test from point A to point D. The U.S. president
There's
got the same treatment that Flynn would get.
Yeah, no way.
Show me that.
They get way more.
Okay, first of
He
all,
never even had the fucking virus.
he might not have.
He fucking lied about it so he could sell more
But
hydrochloroquine, which,
here-
wait a minute, is made by Pfizer.
He wasn't even trying to sell it though.
He was promoting the shit out of it.
Just because he said he used it doesn't.
He didn't just say he used it. He encouraged people to use it. He told them it was a great idea.
Yeah. Okay.
There was no scientific.
But he also said you getting the fucking jab was a good idea too.
Would you? No, actually, originally he said that he thought it was ridiculous that they wanted it to be mandated.
I never heard him say that.
Oh yeah, he fucking. Because
He
that
never
was
once
what
said
his-
that it wanted to be mandated.
No, people wanted it mandated, and he thought it was fucking ridiculous that they wanted it mandated.
You can't mandate it.
I don't think you can mandate any of it, but I think here's my thing: you don't want to get it, that's great. Don't get the fucking thing.
Okay.
But don't fucking come around me if you don't have it, or I will punch you in your fucking face and shoot you in the head. Because that is what you are doing if you don't get it. You are bringing a loaded gun into my face.
Well, the only thing is, unfortunately,
do I not have a right to be
it's-
alive?
no. Hold on. I'm not talking about your opinion.
No, this
I-
isn't
I'm-
my opinion.
No,
this is
I'm
fucking
talking
straight
about
up
the
question.
the latest FOIA reports that came out is that the efficacy, I don't know if that's the right word, but the vaccine is not nearly as good as we were.
The
told
vaccine's
it's gonna be.
garbage. I've already admitted that.
That's what I'm saying. So
But
the
here's
idea
the
that
thing.
it's going to help is
Here's
important.
the
We were
thing.
lied to about that.
If
you
you've
know.
got a 20 or 30% less chance of catching COVID than he does, and he didn't get vaccinated.
Okay, yeah, 20 to 30 it would be a good number.
Okay, so I am 20 to 30% safer with you than I am with him.
But it turns out it's not that even close to that.
But it doesn't matter what the percentage is. It could be 1%. I am safer with you than him, am I not?
No.
I don't know because I
Because
think-
you can still
is-
get this
isn't
virus and
control-
transmit it.
Yeah, and I think control is like
The
5%.
virus at no point in
Oh.
time has the vaccine prevented anyone from catching COVID.
And all it's done is help you with symptoms and lessen them.
It has lessened symptoms, which
And
for
that's it.
someone, for me, might
So
be the difference
therefore-
between life or death. For
So-
a 90-year-old woman, that's the difference between life or
But-
death. My problem with
Yeah.
anti-vaxxers is this. You are all a bunch people who are anti-vaxxers, people that say, don't get the vaccine, don't get the jabs, don't do this, they're evil, they're this, they're that. You hate old people, shut the fuck up.
That's a bit of an assumption.
Yeah.
Uh,
Most people aren't.
mostly,
Most,
I would be
most
saying,
people aren't even saying that. To be honest with you,
Yeah, that's
they're not saying that at all. And actually, those people that are
Problem. This is a fucking stupid problem.
well, yes, because those people
It's-
fucking are just
it's-
shouting out obscenities just to shout out
I
obscenities.
see people every day. Oh, they're taking our rights. I am telling you this right now. Here's what you have. The first fucking inalienable right in America that I can't leave my house, but you can.
I'm not saying that at all.
But that's what people are saying. If they want
That's
to
what
say,
the government-
don't wear masks,
hold
don't
on.
vaccinate,
Hold on.
don't do this.
Hold on, no, that's
masks don't work though.
that's
and
that's what the government.
that's come out.
that's
They
what the-
really
That's
don't.
what the
they
government
don't
is
do
saying
shit.
to you. That's not what
No,
we
no.
are saying.
That's not what the government's saying to you.
Yeah, it is.
No, the government is saying to me that they will put those 1% protections in place. Those 1% protections. I'm not talking about 100% here. I'm talking about minimized risk. We are past the point of prevention
We were past the point of prevention before they even locked us down
Right.
the first time.
because stupid people didn't pass the information out right. It's the same thing as 9/11.
Was it stupid people didn't
Yes, it
pass?
was-
Hold on. Before, was it stupid people didn't pass the information out, or did they release it on purpose and wait until it was too late to tell us?
Okay, so your hero, the giant kumquat, was the president of the United States.
This
of-
has nothing to do with him
No, but
because
hold
the
on.
virus was
Hold
funded
on.
by
No, 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 no,
Canadian
stop.
taxpayers and done
Stop.
in China.
No, stop.
It has
stop.
nothing to do with him.
Stop. Right now, stop. It does have something to do with him.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. And
What?
here's why. Here's why. Who has the greatest intelligence network on this fucking planet other than the KGB?
The Five Eyes.
The fucking US.
The
has an
U.S., the U.K., Canada,
Right.
New Zealand, and Australia.
So you're telling me, if you're telling me, you're looking me in the face right now and telling me
Yeah.
you believe that this is a conspiracy, that the communists are going to take over the planet,
Let's take the word communist out of it so you don't get triggered.
or someone. I'm already triggered as fuck, dude. You just told me that it's okay for people to want me dead. I am fucking triggered.
I never said that at all.
That's kind of. I think you
No,
went a little far there.
You went pretty far.
No.
there, man.
The minute you tell me that it's okay for anybody to walk around this fucking place without a mask or a fucking thing on, that you're putting a gun to my head. That is my health.
Oh, you just skipped a lot of logic there. I can't,
Oh, yeah.
I can't back you up
That
there,
is my
man.
health,
Yeah.
man.
That
We
doesn't
know,
work
we
that
know,
way.
and you have every right to protect yourself, and that mask
Well, wait a
protects
minute.
you, and that vaccine protects
But
you.
it doesn't. The mask does not protect the wearer. The mask protects the other people around them. They've been saying that from day one. Nobody's
But
fucking
it doesn't.
listening.
But it doesn't do that
It doesn't
because,
do that.
like
That's
I've told you
that's total
before,
bullshit.
I'm qualified in order to protect you from this shit.
Have we entered opposite world? Is science not a thing anymore?
Well, are you
Because
familiar
it's a-
with the mass studies from Bangladesh that came
yes,
out 2 months ago?
I'm
The
extremely
ones that they
familiar with
don't
them.
work.
Are you familiar with the studies where they showed sputum and how it gets stopped by a fucking bandana?
So you think
Spit-
so you think
spit
if we
does.
all no.
The virus, the original COVID virus. I'm not talking about Omicron or Unicron or Megatron or whatever fucking goddamn.
Well, aren't we
thing
talking
we're on
about
now.
right now? Because are
No.
we going through a history lesson? Like
Because we're not.
We're having a
because
big
we're
crazy
still we're
argument.
still stuck on whether or not Trump's involved. We haven't gotten
Oh,
past
well.
that yet. Here's the fact: they all knew it was coming. Every one of those world leaders knew
Oh
it was
yeah,
coming.
big time. That's true.
Yes.
So for anybody to say that Trump wasn't involved in the pandemic or Trudeau wasn't involved in the pandemic or whoever the fuck is prime minister, Tony
Okay, I'm
Blair
with you.
or
I'm with you
whoever,
with that. They were all in
of
on it.
those people knew this was coming. But
I
they
never-
were more concerned with their wallet
Which
than
they
human
still are.
life.
Well,
Which I don't disagree with you on there.
Then there's the other thing,
Which is the
too.
real problem right now.
Because you can get upset about masks and vaccines, and there's another elephant in the room that a lot of people on the pro-vaccine side get very up in arms about. I don't know about you. I don't know how you feel. I'm curious. But the idea that there's many ways to prevent this thing from getting out of control, and a lot of them were suppressed. And what we're going to see in the coming
There was a
months and years, and time will tell, is a lot of the suppressed treatments, and there's been a lot of that going on. Brings us back to our capitalism money conversation.
The
right?
problem is right now you've got a system where big pharma is fucking us all.
Yeah, big time.
And the reality is this: there was a study done at a Canadian university, I think it was Ryerson, I may be wrong, I'd have to look it up, where they studied pot and pot's effect on COVID.
Okay.
All right. Now, I personally believe that we should study if pot can cure all the things. I will selflessly give myself up for all the fucking free pot.
It's true though, because it's understudied, right?
But
It's,
here's the thing. They found that certain combinations of strains can lessen the effects of COVID. The vaccine lessens the effects of COVID. Why don't we all get pot and stop arguing?
I'm with you there. And you know what? That's where, for example, a lot of people
But-
get up in arms about ivermectin. And the reality
Here's
is
the thing, though.
it's like pot. It's a lot safer option. Billions of doses were already out. Like there'd be an example. My argument would have been, okay, if you don't like ivermectin, let us all have it. If it doesn't work, no one's going to get hurt. Then let's see what happens. And,
Why could
especially because it's 20 to 50 cents a pill, right?
Why does anybody give a shit whether or not capitalism lives?
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why does anybody, why are we so fucking arrogant that we believe our own freedoms are more important than anybody else? You know what? I hate masks. I can't stand the fucking things. I painted my face on stage because I didn't want to wear a mask. I hate masks. I didn't wear masks.
I lost
in
my job
Halloween.
and spent months on my back, not being able to work, not being able to do anything because I got sick from wearing a mask.
I don't like
So I've got my own opinion on that. So you know what I mean? And that's something to be aware of too.
You can safely come up with an alternative, then why didn't they? Why didn't they? And I'll tell you why they didn't. No, it's that and control. Because the people you're getting rid of, like don't fucking lie to yourself and think for a minute that if anything that is being said that COVID was a conspiracy, if people believe that, if people do not believe that a Chinese wet market sold a shitty bat to someone,
oh well, that part is ridiculous.
it's actually.
There's no wet market in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, which is where it's looking where it originally came from, right before they moved it to China, which is a whole other fucking.
Here's
kettle
the
of
thing,
fish,
though.
right?
Here's the thing, though. If you are saying that,
I'm not making this up.
No,
This
no,
is
no.
Just
I'm
this
saying
is where the latest development is
if
pretty
that's
much going.
if that's what whatever news source people are watching is saying, because I can guarantee you that I can find 63 news sources that are going to give me a different answer because I fucking hate the internet.
I know.
I once wrote a song
So much
about the
information.
internet that literally starts out with God made out of wires filled with faithless ignorance, because the bottom line is the internet is fucked. Okay. But here's the thing. If you're saying that this is a government conspiracy, if we're saying that this is it, the people that are dying,
Well, hold on, back up there
or
before
a
you jump
conspiracy
ahead.
of any sort.
Just because I posited a question to
Yeah.
you, and I want to make sure
No.
you're going to answer the question I asked. And what it is what I was saying about that. It has nothing to do with government conspiracy about getting to kill people. Let's back it up.
No,
Just the fact that the wet market thing was obviously bullshit.
how do we know that's bullshit, though?
Well,
They've already admitted it.
yeah,
They've already admitted it that it came from a lab, and they've already uncovered that it started in a lab in Manitoba.
That's standard mainstream knowledge. That's not debatable. That's not conspiracy. It's not quacky. It's not left. It's not right. It's not conspiracy. There's
Canadian taxpayer money paid for the funding of it.
The thing is, though, is can you blame it on? It's like, oh, well, let's blame it on the Chinese. It's like, well, wait a minute. Who owned that lab? And it's like, oh,
well, are we talking about the escape bat again?
No.
They dropped the bat out of the story. It just came out of that lab in Wuhan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we've known that all the fuck along.
It came from Chapel Hill is where they do the gain of function research and always did. And then when that was made illegal in the States,
they moved it to Wuhan, China.
Yeah, they moved it to Wuhan. And,
so here's the thing.
You know what I mean. So, but where I'm saying is, if you take conspiracy out, like someone or dropped on purpose, it's just
no. But here's the thing. Here's
my
fucking problem. Here's my fucking problem. Here's my fucking problem. I'm not arguing from a left-wing perspective. I'm not arguing from a right-wing perspective.
I hear you.
I'm arguing from a this shit will kill me perspective.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't give a flying fuck where it came from. What I give a fuck about is if this is a conspiracy, then someone has declared war on me personally and on old people.
If it's a conspiracy.
And sick people. So if everybody is saying, oh, they're doing this to control us, they're doing this to control us, they're doing this to take away our rights and make us communist, or whatever fucking word you want to attach to it. If that's the case, then you're doing it by killing people like me. You're now the enemy. I promise you, I will kill you first.
Well, perhaps
that doesn't make me the enemy.
No, I'm talking in general. Whoever did this.
Well, let's posit that. Let's posit this, since it's pretty logical that it came from Chapel Hill in North Carolina.
Why would you build a virus that kills immune compromised and old people?
Well, the scientific answer, or the reason they do gain of function research, the logic is we want to be one step ahead. That's what they'll say. They'll say, I'm going to develop this, so just in case some bat in a rare Norwegian bat that likes your forage food gets, somehow you catch it.
Yep.
Oh, we're ahead and we've got the cure. That's the logic behind it.
It's the 21st century cure.
Exactly. It's just
which is impossible because you can't predict
something.
But
here's the thing.
Unless you
and I think where it gets nefarious and where we'll all be looking back at this at some point is kind of, to me, what it feels like is, why would you do it? Because if you've got something that you can make for $4 but charge governments of the world $25, and if you, as it's looking increasingly like Fauci and these guys, and Trudeau and some of these politicians are, and the families and the parties they represent, they're donors, they donate both sides. We all know that, right?
Yeah.
That Waterloo, or Napoleon was going against the English, and the certain bankers, the Rothschild bankers, that type of a situation.
Let's
in other words, they are the enemy. They don't give a fuck about me, you, and what we think and whether we agree or not. but there's money to be made in making people
Yeah.
sick.
So
That's the pharma connection, right?
let's rewind back to my original statement.
Okay.
That I got told I was wrong on. COVID-19 is where it's at because capitalism sucks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I want to make it clear. I would never say you were wrong on that.
Because here's the thing, okay?
I just don't know if I would correlate them both together like that, but I see what you're saying.
How can you not?
Well, it's a capitalist capitalist problem.
I gotta understand how the biggest money sucks on governmental funding are people that have to stay home because they can't survive a flu, and old people. Who were the primary people dying from COVID-19? Immune suppressed people. Notice I didn't say compromised because immune compromised is the fucking politically correct
It's actually
word.
more overweight people, I think.
No. It has nothing
No,
to
but
do
I
with
know what you're
being
saying.
fat.
That it's a virtue signal word that's used. The immune compromise.
Here's the thing. It's not a new word. It's not a new term. It's not something. It's not a term you needed to hear, so you never would have heard it. I heard it when I was 8 years old. You're immune compromised. Your immune system is compromised. You're immune suppressed because of your heart. These are the things that are going wrong. Now it's become a buzzword. Why has it become a buzzword? Because they're immune compromised. And what do you see online? Well, why the fuck should I have to stay home? Why doesn't Joe Boo with the bad heart stay home? Oh, now you're a racist. You said Joe Boo. Oh, now I've got the left wing fired up. I've got the right wing fired up. And what do I got? I got a whole bunch of people that are a big suck on my financial system dying.
Yep, exactly.
Go capitalism.
And not only that, we're gonna sell a bunk cure that's not as good as it should be and make money on that too, right? Make money on that too. It's
we're
money.
gonna sell a placebo.
Yes. A lot of people got placebo.
Because
Can I jump in for a second?
as long as the word communism isn't going to enter into it, because we've already dealt with communism. Sorry, I can't do communism right now, brother.
I'm not taking communism. I'm not even going to. I've already realized that communism is a trigger word for you, so
It's
I'm going to avoid
just
it for
not
one.
the right word.
Well, maybe not.
It's capitalistic bullshit.
No, hold on. I want to talk about capitalism for a second and why you keep using the word capitalism. Just one for a second, because I want to understand something. Because what I know about capitalism is it's given the common person the ability to maybe make a little bit more than they would have in the past. Okay. Hold on. Your brain is exploding. Let me finish my whole thought process before you only take fucking 4 or 5 words of what I'm saying. No, you're not, because I understand.
Sounds like drugs. This is great.
No. Capitalism, I get it. Capitalism is what's risen to these companies being able to overlord us the way that they are. What are you looking at me like that?
On the mic.
Yeah, do it on the mic.
Because you just used the word capitalism has given people the money to make a little more money.
No, that's not what I said. The ability to make more money than they would have in the past.
To make more money than they would have in the past. Right.
By past, I mean when we were under dictatorship from all of these Commonwealth queens and kings.
No. Here's the reality, man. In 1974, when I was adopted, it cost $1,000 to adopt a child. $1,000 so those kids could get out. That same fucking service today is 10 times the price.
Ooh, wow.
Okay.
And those kids are still sitting in orphanages. Do you know why it's 10 times the price? Because capitalism gave everybody the ability to make more money. It also drove the prices of everything right through the fucking roof, man.
That's inflation, and that happens without capitalism too.
Inflation is the very core of capitalism.
I've seen other places inflation happen without capitalism.
Inflation will happen on the planet as long as capitalism is the primary governing force, which it is, because we used up until very recently. They took
what was used before capitalism?
You are aware there wasn't anything before capitalism used, because before it was monarchy.
Exactly. And
Oh,
capitalism
well,
gave power to the people that wouldn't have had power in the first place.
What power do you have?
You're living better than you lived then, aren't you?
Let's see. I forage wild food. I eat wild game. I grow my own animals, and I run off well
That's
water.
a threat to capitalism. We can't have that.
I
We
am
don't
a
want
threat
that.
to capitalism. I live the way they lived in the Middle Ages, man. The
See,
only difference is I have running water.
Here's what I'm going to say right now. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Don't think that I don't.
An education
Hold on.
costs what? 1965.
Motherfucker, I wasn't done talking yet.
Go ahead. I've heard all these arguments.
No. What I'm saying to you is I don't see the problem as capitalism being the problem, but I see the people that are in charge being the problem.
All political systems are subject to people.
You'd think that.
No, they all are. Pick one.
I agree.
They're all subject to people. Capitalism is flawed because it is subject to people, and people are intrinsically greedy.
Everything is flawed because we're people.
And
everything we think of is flawed.
All of
doesn't
it
matter.
becomes even more flawed when you understand that idiots allowed religion to get involved.
Okay, now we're talking about religion, which isn't even capitalism, which was ruining the planet way before
Oh,
capitalism.
no. Religion is at the very core of capitalism. Where is most of the money in the world?
So we're back to religion being the problem, not capitalism.
No, they're both the problem because they're the same fucking entity.
Well, organized religion's a government in itself. It's a political system. They're like little different political systems, and
They're a
all in
capitalist.
some way. Yeah,
The most rich place on the fucking planet is in
The
fucking
Vatican,
Peru. It's the
Oh,
Vatican.
yeah.
Let's get one thing straight before you think I'm a retard.
No,
First of all, I'm not for capitalism or against it. I'm actually playing the devil's advocate right now to try and understand why you hate it so much, because I don't really see a huge thing, like a huge issue with capitalism itself.
Okay.
But I do feel that the people in charge of whatever's going on this planet,
Right.
they're the fucking problem, whether it's capitalism, communism, socialism, fascism, whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Here's my question. I'm going to make your whole argument for you really quick. Should a diabetic have to pay any money for insulin?
Fuck no.
Should a diabetic have to pay for insulin?
In Canada? Why?
Anywhere.
why
Anywhere
are-
in the world, should a human being have to pay for a life-saving medication?
I'm on the fence.
How?
No, I think that's one of those things where when you get
I'm not talking
you get
COVID.
10 people together and you got one person who's got diabetes. There's no way we should not be able to get 10 of us together.
Now,
and go,
here's what I'll say. The medication they're overcharging
let's
for
get
diabetes.
some medication for our friend. Let's get some medication for our friend. That's how I feel about it.
Here's the bottom line, okay? We allowed our health. Here in Canada, we think we're so fucking superior because we have socialized medicine. We're not superior because it takes me 10 times longer to get a doctor here than it does in the States.
Exactly.
I agree. That's not where my argument is.
But we don't have the money because we're also getting taxed by an illegal tax ridiculously.
Yeah.
And we're so fucking clueless that we support this bullshit by saying capitalism is better than communism. Why do you hate communism? Tell me what's wrong with communism, please. Tell me.
Communism is easily
Why?
taken over by evil people.
How is capitalism not easily taken over by evil people?
Everything's easily taken over. I'm not
Okay,
arguing
so-
for either
No,
or.
but hear me out.
But we're jumping arguments, and I'm
No,
trying
I'm
to talk
not.
about another argument that we were talking
I'm
about before.
still on the capitalism argument, though. You asked me why it was bad. I'm telling you.
I like to think of communism as super fast track capitalism. Let's just get right to the small group of people fucking everybody over.
Yeah, let's just like eliminate
Just
all
like,
that fucking
shoot.
pesky business shit
Yeah, let's just do it.
and just fuck everybody outright.
Well, then let's do that. Let's just take both of those words off the table.
So why
because
don't we take governmental bodies off the table? Why don't we take power companies off the table? Well, how is it? Should a human being have to pay for clean drinking water?
they shouldn't?
Then why do we?
Because I don't know why, because we never did up until a certain couple of years ago.
Because in Ontario, we've been paying water bills for
Yeah, I think the
100
reason we
years,
do pay
man.
it is because we have been paying it.
The
Right?
reason we-
the reason we do
The
pay
other
for it
thing
because we
too is
have
the
been.
infrastructure that needed in order to keep it running to get to us.
What are the basic human needs for life?
Water.
And
Food,
Air.
water, shelter,
food, water,
Love.
shelter, and air.
air. Yeah, I guess.
Blowjobs.
Yeah, exactly.
Love.
No, but okay, seriously, food, water, air, shelter.
Yeah.
Why do we pay for any of those things? I have the right to live. Those are the necessities of life.
Because we've been tricked into thinking we have to pay for them.
Why are we not forcing our government to supply those things to those 4 things? I don't care. You want to drive a fucking Maserati? Go pay $100,000 and make Jeff Bezos fucking rich. And the new Tesla dildo that runs off solar power and sticks up your ass and plays fucking Mary Poppins. I don't care. 4 things. 5. Medication. Because we do have viruses. We have viruses.
Medication can be found in the food that you're eating out of
Not
the foraging.
all
that
of
you're doing.
it.
Yes, it can.
All of it.
Yes, it can.
Or you pull it back and you go either.
Okay.
You just take.
That's true.
You just get rid of both your arguments and you go. Let's just lump in food with medicine.
Yeah. So let's say food and medicine. are the
Let's
same
simplify.
Which brings me back to why I was on the fence about the diabetes. Because yes, I believe that you should have the right to medical help.
Why?
But hold on. But here's the thing. I've also learned through some of the things that I've come across that a lot of these things that are happening to us can be reversed by taking all the poisonous food.
I don't know.
I forget. There's the one.
Insulin's just a buzzword.
There's one that tends to come. I forget the type, but the one that tends to come from lifestyle, and there's another one that has nothing to do with that. It just means your pancreas doesn't work right, and you got to have your insulin. Although there's an interesting subject. The original. This is a neat one. Actually, a lot of people don't like Joe Rogan. I don't give a fuck who you think about Joe Rogan. He's got some good guests, and one guest.
He's excellent.
He had a great book.
His guests are great.
What was it called? Sickening. It would have just come out. He was. I won't give you the guy's backstory. But he was an MD, and he's really good at. He was an expert in litigation, going over basically how big pharma's fucking us.
Right.
And one of the cases was about diabetes. One of the most effective medicines was the ones they take the pancreas out of like pigs and cattle.
Right.
And they slaughter them, and that's how they made the insulin. But then they got this new one that's synthetic that doesn't work as good. But that's the one that everybody gets now.
Yeah.
Because it's synthetic, you can, and they own the patent on it, you can jack the
Why-
price up.
Why are you not allowed to sell bear liver and bear gallbladder?
I don't know. Good question. So isn't that something to do with smuggling or something? Like
Yes,
that? Yeah.
because someone was doing something that someone else couldn't make money off of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the bottom line, man.
Which is insulin is one of the biggest money makers for pharmaceutical companies. That's why
And
they
it's a
keep driving
fucking
the price up.
shame.
and that's why again I
Which is
say, should anybody be forced to pay for those 4 things? The reason we have to pay for those 4 things is because capitalism is a flawed system.
Yeah, 100%.
It is a flawed system that allows you to charge people.
Before you get mad at me, can I say this? First of all, I'll agree with you, but I don't really actually think it's capitalism because it's still the people that are fucking doing it to us.
Yeah,
it's not the gun, it's the person with their finger on the trigger. That's semantical bullshit done by the right wing to try to prevent people from
it's not
not
even the
having
right
rights.
fucking ring. Don't even bring the right
No,
wing
but
into it. It's just one person talking to another person.
I know, but what I'm telling you is you're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid, man. It's the
maybe.
same argument. It's the same fucking argument.
I've never had this
Capitalism-
argument before, so
the
how can it be the
flaw
same
is-
argument to me?
No, capitalism isn't an evil. It's the people in charge. You're right. Anything is an evil. It's the people in charge.
And I'm not even arguing for capitalism. I'm just trying to get to the point that it's not the system, it's the people that are fucking in
But
charge
the
of the system.
is the people, and we put those people in charge, whether you voted for them or not.
See,
you were part
here's
of the
the thing.
election
Here's
where
the
they
thing.
did it.
Here's the thing. I don't believe that because I don't believe that those are the people in charge because the people in charge are hidden behind those people.
Oh, sure. Like let's.
But it does
That's
raise the
why.
question.
That's what I'm
Can-
saying.
I think
Those are the people that are behind those people are the idiots that are benefiting the most from capitalism. They're the rich fucking people that are so fucking stupid.
You call it
rich.
capitalism,
can
I
meet in
think
the
they're
middle.
benefiting off humans.
To see kind of
because
meet in
they've
the middle of
tricked
what you're
us.
both talking
And I don't
about.
care what it's.
What you're both talking about too is, and I think maybe allow me if this sounds like what you're kind of arguing. So I think I kind of get the gist of what you're saying. The idea that you could have capitalism and remove the corruption on top is a fallacy in itself. That it would work. Is that
It
kind of what you're trying to
can't
say?
work without corruption.
Yeah.
Capitalism is built on greed.
Yeah. And that's it. It's about
Why is it important that people make more money?
I guess I said that wrong, and what I should have said to you, it gave the common person the ability to rise above his station where we never had that before.
Why is it
But I do see your angle and where you're coming at from it now.
The only reason I need to rise above my station is because I have to pay for 4 things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I see what you're saying.
Now, the food thing is interesting, though, because food, well, I was going to say, it doesn't grow on trees, but it kind of does. But, you know, if you live
Absolutely,
in a
it does. I pick it off trees all the
but
time.
if you live
eats
in
trees.
but it's interesting, if we live in a northern climate like we live,
Yeah.
you know, homesteading, for example,
Yeah.
foraging, it's not that easy.
Nope.
It does require a skill. There is some survival of the fittest. Now, that being said,
I do train it, by the way, for a small
yeah.
fee during summer
Well,
months.
and there's an interesting point, and that's
Yeah.
and this is kind of my personal philosophy of against, you know, how I fight the system, my own kind of Gen X ways. Well, I'm a Gen Xer too. Is you know, there are alternatives. You know, that's money, more on skill.
The problem is
Skills that don't require money.
the problem is that you are okay. So we live in New Brunswick. We are owned 25% by JD Irving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every single fucking one of us is owned by JD Irving, whether we want to admit it or not.
Yeah.
The Irving company right now controls Blaine Hicks. Straight
100%.
up.
Always. Well, he always worked for them.
Well,
He was their CEO for the longest
there
time. Right?
always will be the people that whoever's in power in New Brunswick will always be controlled by Irving.
Yeah.
Okay. The way that Irving takes foraging away is we put up fences around
And spray glyphosate on it.
and
poison it, right?
we spray glyphosate on it. We supply and I know this because I have spoken to them. We have NB Power run by Blaine Hicks spraying another chemical on all of the hydro cuts to control the trees because blueberries are offensive.
That's what they say.
To
or-
financing.
Did they actually say that?
Oh, they literally told me that they cannot encourage people to be in there picking the berries and eating them. Then what the fuck? They're berries and they're mushrooms. But here's the thing.
Right. Because, sorry, go ahead.
How are we living in a province where we have salmon fishing? Okay. Thousands of fucking salmon are pulled out of the fucking ocean and the rivers every year and eaten and sold to fucking high-end rich people, right?
Yep.
I have 100 kilometers of crystal clear, clean river running through my fucking backyard. Okay. Not like I don't have a 100-kilometer backyard, but the entire river is 100 kilometers long. It's crystal clear. There's no human corruption, and it has a salmon spawn in it every spring and salmon every fall.
That's rare these days in this province.
I am not allowed to go in my backyard and catch a salmon and eat it.
Yeah.
Which is fucked up.
But capitalism is at fault for everything, and the people at the top. The corruption that is intrinsically built into the system that is capitalism. Is that a better way to say it? Capitalism itself is a system that...
I still don't want to call it capitalism, though.
Yeah,
But I see what you're saying.
I know you don't, because that makes you
Because
question.
to me, no, because I don't care about it.
That tears down the reality you've been taught since you were.
No, but that reality's already been tore down.
Every one of us is programmed from the time we.
My reality doesn't exist.
Every
No.
time we shit out of a womb,
Well, he
and
thinks
the
he's yelling
doctor
at me.
hands
I'm
us,
fucking
I'm not
learning a
yelling
lesson,
at
but
you,
I'm
dude.
not.
I'm not. You're about to, though, because the reality is.
Yell at me.
The reality is, you cannot call it capitalism all you want, but the very people that you hate are the very people that are benefiting most from this corrupt system that we need to be opened up for.
I do agree with you, and I see why you're. And I wanted to tell you before you went on that rant that I deserved, I guess, for opening my mouth. Was I see why you're blaming capitalism for it?
I'm blaming the fact that I have to pay for 4 things, which is a result of capitalism. Under a communist government, I would not have food either. They had to wait weeks for bread, or they could learn to bake it. There is no system of government that is perfect. There is no system of government that works.
I agree.
Because Unfortunately, at the top of every system of government, there are people.
I don't even think. See, the thing is, too, is I never put capitalism as part of the government. I put capitalism as like a free market idea, and I didn't really know, and I didn't blame. I didn't put it in the government because.
Term, like,
And this is where the confusion is.
If I want to get some of your product, or whether I want to barter, even if I can take away money.
Yeah.
Some could say, well, that's like a form of capitalism. Well, it's like, I don't know if that's exactly.
No, you
an
barter
accurate way
me.
of putting it, right?
So,
and that's where my disconnect is,
It's just
because
an
I see where
exchange
you
of
were
goods.
going, and
Yeah,
you intrinsically put capitalism in that whole system, where I didn't. To me, capitalism was something separate from the government,
like exchanging goods. It would be capitalism. Yeah, but
in that sense, and that's how I'm looking at capitalism being in that sense.
Capitalism, fascism,
Not-
communism,
but
socialism,
Same
they're all
thing.
forms of fucking.
But if the
Same
government,
fucking
but
thing,
if
yeah.
you're looking at it from where you're looking at, where the government is using capitalism as a form of control in the way that they're doing it, yeah, I get what you're saying.
well, and you know what's funny about the word
Okay.
communism, for example, you look at what happened in a lot of communist countries. I would have another word for that. It's like, oh, that's just agribusiness.
It's
You take away all the
greed.
farms away from
Yes,
the,
it is greed.
from the farmers, and you're just going to have these great big giant farms. And how do you do big giant farms? Well, you need fertilizer and you need chemicals and you need these big vehicles. And it's like, oh, that's fucking agribusiness. That's fucking bullshit. That's poison food. You
See,
get rid of
there-
that. You let people homestead. Suddenly, well, if you got a good homestead, suddenly I can trade with your homestead. Oh, you forage. Well, you're really good at foraging. Well, I'm fucked. There's some people who are no good at it, or maybe what I like is, what if you don't like it? Well, it's fine. Everybody likes something. There's always something.
What if you don't like it? Eat it and shut up.
What's that?
I tell people all the time.
Oh yeah,
I don't like
eat it.
that. Eat it
No.
and shut up.
No,
'cause you need
I
to
meant more
live.
like the act of foraging, for example.
Oh, if you
for
don't-
example, like you and I'm getting into it. Can't wait to learn from you. But some people would prefer to tend their horses or tend the pigs,
if you
or
want,
whatever. Right?
if you want to
We're-
forage at
physical
Sobeys,
store.
go forage at Sobeys. I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
No, like seriously, there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with going to the grocery store and buying food. There is
Yeah.
nothing with taking the choice to buy food.
Yeah.
But make it a choice. Don't make it a requirement.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yep.
And see, I never equated that to capitalism. I just equated that to fucking government
Why
being
during
fucking
the-
dick.
Okay, so why
Dicks.
during the COVID pandemic? Was it better to slaughter 50 head of cow and leave them laying in a field than it was to slaughter that same 50 head of cow and give them to people in the neighborhood?
Yeah. There was a lot of that going on. A lot of dumping.
Why was
stuff.
it?
There's a lot of weird shit.
Do you remember why it was?
Drive the price up, wasn't it?
No. It's because the government didn't get the chance to put their stamp of approval
Oh
on
yeah.
the meat.
Yeah.
Sure. I would have said they did that on purpose to make a food shortage, because that's what's kind of happening.
Oh, wait a minute. So they manipulated a food shortage so the price of food would go up so that the owners of these big chain conglomerate grocery stores would get richer and richer and richer and give them more money for their fucking campaigns. Man, it's all capitalism. The system's fucked and we're all dying. from it.
Sure. And up until now, I never equated really, but yes, it did work in the capitalistic system.
Why was SC Lavalin an issue? Why was it an issue when Kim Campbell signed off on a helicopter? There's a name that most of the people watching don't
I know. The one female prime minister
the one female prime minister we've had. Why is it that when Kim Campbell bought troop transports or helicopters off her nephew, it was a problem? Because the people that are in power are there to barter deals. Why
Yeah.
would Donald Trump have been a great president if y'all didn't, not you all, but if y'all, to all the people in the southern states, because that's who did it.
No.
Yeah, no, when I finish my sentence, you'll see I'm right.
Sure.
We're the idiot that were there running around with their stupid Make America Great Again hats yelling, go Trump, fuck all the niggers.
That's
These-
not what was said.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
no,
heard them. Oh,
No.
really? Really? The Tiki Torch Parade? You didn't listen to that shit?
That never happened, man.
Richard Spencer's Tiki Torch Parade weren't yelling about death to the black man.
It
Oh,
was
sure. Well,
the-
there's some.
I'm
racist
sure
there,
that
yeah,
happened,
sure.
but it had nothing to do with Trump.
They were empowered by him after Donald Trump said, and I quote, the people that are down there are tremendous supporters of my government. And then the next day, after one of his tremendous supporters drove through a group of protesters killing someone, went, well, you know, there's bad eggs on both sides. All documented, man. Don't tell me it didn't happen.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying that my view of what happened is a little different.
I'm just going off.
And I'm
quotes,
not,
man.
and to me, it has nothing to do with Trump
off,
himself.
We're still talking about tissue
No, but-
paper people.
Yeah.
Where were the margaritas during that? Because the only good reason to ever have a tiki torch out is if there's a margarita involved.
Wow.
That's what I thought.
But no, seriously, my point is that what happened with COVID was it fell at two unfortunate times. There were two factors that really, really hurt the whole thing. One, they were gearing up for an oil war. It had been coming for a while. Look at the oil prices, chart the oil prices for the 6 months prior to COVID. Okay.
I'm not denying that.
Russia toileted the world's oil reserve because they sold off barrels at a fast rate of speed because it fucking takes power away from the Middle East.
Okay.
And that's exactly why Russia did it.
I'm not a fan of the Middle East anyway.
Right. But if you have, right now, the Middle East has the control on the oil because our government's too fucking stupid to fix the problem because they have the system to
Not
get the
too
oil.
stupid. They did it on purpose because they're
Right.
making lots of money off of it.
Exactly, because the oil that we're buying today has nothing to do with the oil coming out of the ground today because the oil that we're buying today came over to Canada before World War One
I know.
at 8 cents a barrel, but now I'm paying $2. Fuck that.
Agreed.
Yeah, crazy.
That's capitalism. The reason that the prices are going up, the reason people are paying the rates they are is because we've allowed it to happen. Because we're too busy going better red than dead.
Or maybe as it was done to us on purpose by people higher up that we don't know about.
No, we know exactly who they were. It was J. Edgar Hoover that did that, and it was done as a calculated attack to make people afraid of the word communism, so that for the rest of time, anytime you disagreed with anything, you could say you support communism.
Okay, I'll give you that for that argument. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but now they got something better. Now it's vax versus anti-vax.
Yeah. Oh no,
It's all
no.
this and politics.
Oh, hold on.
Top of that.
It's all been building to this. If you want to,
Yeah.
I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid now. I'm going to have a big glass of Roganade, and I'm gonna go straight, and I'm gonna say, okay, let's say it's a conspiracy. I'll tell you when it started. I'll tell you when it started. The day the United States of America was founded.
Yeah.
With the founding,
It actually started way
fathers,
before then.
the founding fathers. Well, you always had corruption. There's always going to be corruption. I'm talking about this current conspiracy right now that has COVID-19 at the end of it. If you look at everything along it, we herded people into large buildings that are tube-shaped and have shit ventilation.
Yep.
Yep.
And we built them, and we built them, and we built them, and we keep building them. And look at Toronto right now. And you know what? The fact that there's 10,000 cases of COVID a day in Toronto doesn't bother me because I've been to Toronto. It needs cleaning.
Yeah.
It's a crazy way to live. It's just not. It's
We created the perfect environment for COVID-19.
Yeah.
I agree.
Brings us back to our ducks. So you get too many ducks in the pen. Guess what? That's where the flu came from.
Money off another person, and you are charging them for something that is a requirement to survive. You are a piece of shit. Get your whole head in front of the fucking shotgun.
Agreed.
Landlords, bill collectors, prostitutes. I mean, people that are not providing needs properly. No, I'm kidding. No, seriously, like why was prostitution illegal all these years? Why is a woman not able to say, I want to sell my vagina? Why is a man not able to say, I can't sell my dick? Why can't I sell something that I have that I've been told is a marketable skill?
Awful hard to tax.
Because the government can't tax it and charge you money for it.
Although
Think
they
about your
can.
answer.
They can. But
Think about your answer. Tell me how the government and capitalism are separate.
I've never disagreed with you, but I've never lumped capitalism into that because, like I told you before, I viewed it more like it should be in a free market where we're all working together for it. Which is also theoretically how communism is supposed to work. Everybody working together in order to make the community better for itself. Theoretically.
Communism.
But the problem always was with every it doesn't matter what system we try. The problem is that human beings are very susceptible to being taken over by people with nefarious things because they come in like snakes or wolves or sheep's or wolves and snake. Fuck.
Have you ever
sheep
read,
and wolves or wolf and sheep's clothing?
Have you ever read Animal Farm?
No.
Okay.
But if you explain the concept to me, I'll probably understand it and learn it somewhere else.
The Russian Revolution.
Yeah.
George Orwell wrote a book.
1984.
No, Animal Farm.
Okay.
In Animal Farm, the premise of the book is that the animals rise up and kick. I think it's Father Brown. I think was his name off
I
the
forget
farm.
now.
After they kick him off, the pigs start to take over. And they recruit the puppies, and the puppies become attack dogs. And eventually, where they wrote on the wall, all people are born equal, they write beside it, but some are more equal.
Yeah.
Okay. The left wing is the pigs. Everybody's been looking at it going, no, the right's the pigs. No, the left's the pigs. Here's the thing. They snowballed everybody.
Agreed.
Me included, into thinking
Agreed.
That they actually believed in equality. See, I don't think
Yep.
the left believes in equality. I don't think the right believes in equality. I think y'all fucked. I think that the minute we start dividing people by lines, we are doing exactly what the people that you're saying are running capitalism want you to do.
Yeah. Divide.
Because here's the thing. What is more dangerous? 2 groups of 5,000 people or 1 group of 10?
Exactly.
You keep the world divided along the lines of race, financial things. Here's the thing. We all think Jeff Bezos launching a dick-shaped rocket is funny, right? The fact that his rocket was a giant phallus.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody lost their minds that Jeff Bezos shot this rocket up into space. There was a woman on that rocket that had wanted to go to space since she was 16 years old, and she went through the fucking astronaut program and was told she couldn't go because she's a woman, and now she's been to space because Jeff Bezos had the money to put her up there. Yeah, it's shitty that this guy has enough money to build his own rocket, but why does he have any fucking responsibility to take care of anybody? Why do all we hear is about the rich people? Because they have and we don't. And we are told by capitalism, our mentality, our programming, the capitalistic mentality is I want, I have to have.
See, what you're calling capitalism there, I've never called capitalism. I always called human greed or human fucking
That's
condition.
what capitalism is built on.
Exploitation.
It's
Yeah.
built. It's
Okay,
built.
Okay, which yes, it's built on exploitation. Yes.
It's built on greed and coveting.
Well, okay, yes. Anybody that wants power is usually greedy. Yes.
Yeah, but you got to get that, to get what you're greedy for and covet, you need to exploit people to get that
Exactly.
that level of excess. As opposed to if I'm greedy, so
Right.
I can't be, if you're good at it. And then B, I can only carry so much, and if I get too much, I mean, how many people am I feeding? Even if there is, there's so much that I would never even, say I'm going to be getting into cattails, and there's certain fields of cattails that, as one guy, I'm not going to put a dent in that fucking acre field of cattails, or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at what point, I could. The capitalist view is let's fucking take them all and sell it all.
Yep.
But I can't as my own self, my own personal thing. Well, I might sell some, but I can only sell so much. You know what I mean? And there's only, or even if I wanted to, it's more about, okay, I can feed myself. Maybe I can feed some friends. Maybe I can make a little money off of it. But do I need to, at what point do you have to say, okay, enough is enough? I don't need to take that field of cattails and that field of cattails and that field of cattails. Next thing you know, and that's the Jeff Bezos porch. I'm going to be the fucking king of cattails. Fuck yeah. And once I'm the king of cattails, they're going to be the king of Chanterelles. Then I'm going to be the king of fucking. In fact, I need your fucking field. You can't forage here anymore. And that's where it.
Yeah, that's more J.D.
That's
Irving,
capitalism, right? Yeah. So there's got to be a middle ground where again you bring
Okay, if it's going to
Okay, but-
capitalism that way, I get it.
Here's
Yeah.
here's the thing though. In if we're going to use foraging as an example, there's a rule of thumb that's built in.
Yeah.
1/3.
Yeah.
1/3 for you, 1/3 for the animals, 1/3 for regrowth. Okay, so what if we employ that same theory to this? So
Yep.
let's go back to what
Yep.
started this whole thing. And my belief that if the system of the world, I mean, and I'll change the way I said it because I've agreed with that, but I will change the way I said, if the system that runs this planet made it possible for us to properly shut the planet down for a period of 4 months, COVID would have been dead.
Yeah. And of course, actually, it's interesting because it does bring it back. But unfortunately, under the way the capitalism system is, for example, here's a good example in England, where they really lost their shit. And one of the big reasons, like their mandates are done now, right? They're cutting it down. One of the big ones is they found, I think it was 2 months ago, last Christmas, it was canceled. Everybody was locked down, right? But a video came out that it wasn't everybody was locked down. All the fucking House of Lords and half of Parliament were having these big fucking Christmas parties. And it came out right before this Christmas, right? In other words, that idea that, oh, we're the ones making the orders saying we're going to lock down. They never fucking locked down. And you know what I mean? And again, because why? They're the fucking top dogs of the capitalist game. And they never any intention of fucking doing, you know, what's best. Like they're again just showing that there's this built-in thing that like it never would have happened, even if all of the public did. Just goes to show they never would have, and it would have fucked the whole thing anyways. You know what I mean? Like it was
I mean,
you know, like that. That's what I'm trying
here
to say.
in Canada,
right? We had the same thing, right? Yeah, the politicians were flying everywhere, right?
Here's what killed me. So I don't know who's stupid enough to think that the prime minister flies coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But they're saving carbon emissions. What do you mean? Don't they didn't they row over to the G20?
So I saw a video.
Right.
So here's Justin Trudeau, who has been doing his conferences in the middle of a fucking lawn, not in a room full of reporters like fucking dipshit fucking Captain Kumquat was doing. He's from the lawn. There is documented evidence that even his fucking protective detail has to wait outside of his room for fear of passing COVID on to him, right? There was a lot of protections put in place with the prime minister. He got on a helicopter with someone that had been isolated with him for 14 days and flew to where his family was to have Thanksgiving with them. And everybody lost their shit. Because why should he be allowed to see his family? Because he's the fucking prime minister. And he doesn't play by the same rules you do. If you had a private helicopter that would let you fly across the country and land in your family's front yard, you could have gone too. You don't have the money. You're not capitalistically equal to him. But everybody wants to blame Trudeau. And everybody lost their mind because of that. That was the big start of it. That was when all the mandates were wrong, was because Trudeau did this. Because right now what we're doing is we're picking the people we like and we're fucking condemning the people we don't like. To all the Canadian right-wing people, I'm going to tell you something. You're not going to like me for this. Trudeau is the most right-wing prime minister you will ever see. The reason the Gen Xers put him back in power over some of the other options, not me, because Jagmeet Singh is fucking hot.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on.
My point is, it just makes him uncomfortable sometimes, man.
Well, it's just that shouldn't be the reason why you fucking like him for prime minister.
Actually, no, I do like him for prime minister because of the simple fact that he was the only one that had a viable plan for dealing with the complaint. I'm not saying the reality. I'm saying the complaint that people of color and people of alternative lifestyles are being treated differently by police. He is the only one that was willing to take action on that.
Okay.
His plan, when you read it, was comprehensive and designed to do exactly what it needed to do, which was give the perception in the public eye that they were actually doing fuck all when they really weren't. And at least he didn't lie about it.
Okay.
Because he knew it'd never go through.
All right.
There was no way Quebec was going to let any law that didn't benefit them exclusively through when it needed 100% vote. So there is actually political reason for it, but he's also really hot.
I accept your reasons.
But my point that I'm making is, if Trudeau is your most right wing it's ever been, and he pisses you off this much, 4 years from now, man, I'm buying fucking stock and popcorn, because this shit is gonna be fucking funny. Because it only gets worse from here. Guess what? All of those things that everybody wants to covet and everybody wants to talk about being so great and everything else, all of it's gonna fucking gone. You watch. Guarantee you, as a white fucking male in this country, you are fucked. You are fucked right now. Get some spray paint. You're fucked. You will. There will come a point. There will come a point where someone will get in power and go, time to get even.
For what, though?
All people are equal, but some
Yeah.
are more equal.
All people are equal, and that's it.
But some are more equal, and that's what's going to happen.
Well, and you know what's interesting, and to
What do
take
you
a
mean
bit of
by
an
that?
aside? Well, no, that's the idea that we're gonna, you're gonna get screwed over. You're gonna have to.
No, I get that, but I'm the more equal. Are you talking about white people? Or are you talking about
No,
the privileged?
literally, the idea is, okay, that all people are equal, and that's the statement of fact. But these people that are they're going to get into power, man. It's going to happen. Justin Trudeau is the most right-wing prime minister this country will ever have again.
I'm following you there.
They will eventually.
I'm actually more optimistic than you are, but okay.
They will eventually write. But some are more equal on the wall too, just like the pigs in Animal Farm did before they sold the horse to the glue factory.
Well, yeah.
Because
who are the more equal people?
You've got your people that are running around right now going, oh, look here, social justice, social justice. The simple fact of the matter is there is no social justice, because if there was social justice, they would fucking realize that when the minute you put conditions on shit behavior to excuse your own shit behavior, you've invalidated everything about your movement.
Agreed.
You can do anything you want as long as it's not based on race. Okay, unless you're white. Huh?
Yeah, that's right.
You can't judge someone based on race unless you're white. Or if they're white. You can't, if I call a white person a piece of shit, that's not racist. But if I call a black person a piece of shit, it is. Why is it you can't be racist against white? Oh, because they're the controlling governing body. Then why was it when Barack Obama was in power, you could still be racist against blacks?
You can be racist against anybody you want to be.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the eyes of these sociologists.
Which are a small minority. That
You want to have
think
some real
they're
fun?
majority.
You want to have some real fun? Oh, please, for the love of God, get the professor from the University of New Brunswick sociology department in here to debate with me. I would fucking, I seriously will pay you money for that, just to rip it. Oh, extend them an invite, man.
Okay.
Like, seriously, because here's the thing. I want them to sit here and explain how their bullshit is science. You make people feel, once you talk about feelings, we're not talking about science anymore.
No, we're talking about emotions.
Yeah. Oh, you can't be racist against white, or you can't be racist against white people because they control shit. Really?
Sure you can.
I ain't controlled shit. Oh, you have privilege. Why? Because my skin tone allows me to not be afraid of being shot when I'm stopped by a cop. Nah, man, I grew up with bikers. I am always afraid of being shot when I get stopped by a cop.
Yeah. That's reality.
Well, it's
They have a.
Everybody has the equal opportunity to be shot by a police officer.
It's it skirts back to the issue of the real inequality is really based on income. Not even income. I shouldn't even say income. What you got, what you're sitting on versus income, whatever. You know what I mean? How much money you got?
It literally boils down to the people that are more equal than others. Boils down to what do you have the ability to purchase to consume? Right. How much can you consume? We are the hungry caterpillar. I mean, seriously, when they legalized pot in this country, Why did they not just go ahead and smoke it? Why did they have to make a bunch of rules on how many grams you're allowed to have and when you're allowed to smoke it and under which stars and shit you need to do it? It's a goddamn fucking plant.
Well, but
yeah,
there's a reason for that, because that's how drug dealers always did it. That's how you make the most money. I'm not going to sell you one now. When I was a kid, as a teenager, I couldn't go buy an ounce of dope. No, nobody would sell you that, unless they were going to set you up to be their dealer.
Grams.
Exactly, because you make more money.
Exactly.
I'll sell you an eighth and I'll cut you a bit of a deal, but only like Jimmy, the real kid who like knew them all, he could get a quarter. But
I used to.
he had to sell it to everybody.
I'll sell you this quarter, Jimmy, but you don't be grabbing it off, because you just bring all your buddies to me, right? Yeah, fucking
insanity. Yeah. When I go on CNB, okay, Cannabis New Brunswick, I order my pot from there. I smoke what I grow at home. I don't buy at the reses. Not that I don't trust their pot, but I've had real shit luck getting bad strains at the reses. I will buy my psilocybic mushrooms there, which is a whole different story on why I killed someone with a boat. But you're dealing.
Yeah, exactly. Why are gyms shut down?
Is there an actual reason liquor stores were labeled as essential? Yes, because alcoholics become abusive when they don't have booze. Addicted to working out, become full of testosterone and become extremely violent when they don't get to work out for long periods of time.
Well, not only that,
I've never heard of that ever. But I'm not gonna.
Well, I don't know. I
get
get anxious when I don't work.
If they were using steroids, yeah.
No, you get these. But how much natural steroid is produced in your body? How much is adrenaline a thing?
I think what actually I know in my experience,
fucking pumping,
it's almost the opposite. Crazy. It's actually, and what I found like through martial arts and stuff was when you don't get to do it, you actually get complacent and you get fucking lazy.
Yeah. See, I always got violent if I didn't have an outlet for it.
Yeah. I guess there's a bit of both, but
everybody's
different. I see some people get that way.
I've just never antiquated it that way because I've never seen it personally. Now I've seen roid rages like that happen, and that's what it seems like to me you're describing.
I climbed in the ring.
But I'm willing to jump on the fucking horse because I know your story and about what you were just about to say with the wrestlers.
Yeah. Well, and we've seen it too with the martial
how many of those
arts
guys
clubs.
are on fucking roids?
Less than you think.
I imagine so, but you know what I mean.
There's a lot, but less than you think.
Yeah. Those guys are also in like a fighting type of mentality and lifestyle all the time too.
Do you find that most of them have addiction issues?
Yeah, a lot of painkillers.
They're fighting their own life. They're fighting their own head. It's not just wrestlers. It's all sorts of people like that, man.
Yeah.
The bottom line is we've created a world where we're hurting ourselves, and we're also busy fighting over stupid shit like COVID-19 and racism that we're not even seeing the fact that real people are dying.
Yeah.
And even in this discussion, when I got upset and I said, look, you want me to fucking die? Well, hold on. That's not what we want. But it's literally what these fucking people are saying.
At the top, yes.
Hold on. I'm going to just illustrate a story for you.
And there are some people that say that because I've had people tell me they want to dance on my grave.
I literally read every day on Facebook how immune compromised people should just fuck off and die because if we didn't exist, you'd all be able to go have whatever you want.
I roll with a lot of medical professionals who are, their big complaint is we're not actually doing anything for our immunocompromised friends.
We're not.
And a lot of the people in the movement that are immunocompromised and are not at all happy with these vaccines, knowing that they don't work. For example, here's one thing. A lot of people get up in arms about ivermectin. And, you don't like Joe Rogan, for example, right? He'd be the first one to go, well, the ivermectin, it doesn't work. Well, I know a lot of doctors who will have patients who have got COVID. A couple stories I heard, it's anecdotal, but this is just ones that I know, but there's millions of these stories around the world of people being sent home, diabetic, overweight, older, in the 70s. Well, go home and get better. Don't come back until you're blue in the face. Now, a lot of these people later, they're good to go. So what it opens up is not even now that drug for a lot of people is a good drug and it's pretty safe and it's dirt cheap. Even the horse one is actually there's the joke about that, right? About the horse medicine about it.
Yeah.
It literally is the same medicine that you can get in the human thing. It's the exact same ivermectin.
Okay.
But what the kettle of the real can of worms that it opens up is the idea is what other treatments are there, if others, and those being distributed like crazy. And another reason ivermectin comes up again and again and again and again and again, one that's kind of underground, sort of underground, is Japan's luck with it. So what they did, this was 4 or 5 months ago, something like that. They when they had a tainted batch of vaccines came in, a couple guys died. So, and I think it was a Pfizer, doesn't matter. So a couple people died, and in what they did, all back and disposed it, and they said, okay, we got to stop this because people weren't having it. And what they did was they said, well, let's try this ivermectin thing. Now, what we're going to do, we're not going to prescribe it. We're not going to make it illegal to prescribe. In other words, they just said, if you are a doctor and you want to prescribe this shit, it's on you. They put it on the doctor's lab. Well, they did. And they had fucking wicked results with it. Really good. Crush the numbers. And you watch a lot of these reports, and they're saying, well, this came up a lot. We're not really sure what's going on in Japan. But a lot of these doctors in the West and over here knew exactly what was going on. And so they went, okay, I don't give a fuck what's going on in the fucking news. My friend is sick, and I'm going to try it on them, see how it works. And there's a lot of success with it, totally suppressed. So brings us back to our capitalism argument. Why? Because it's off patent. It was off patent because they pretty much cured river blindness. The guy who used to run Pfizer at the time, who was when it came off patent, he was running them. He was actually a scientist. He was a chemist, I believe. He was, by the way, the last scientist to be in charge of Pfizer. After him, the next CEO was a business major, right? But he took it off patent because they knew who the fuck is getting river blindness in Connecticut, right? In the West, there was no money in it. It was done. They cured river blindness. It was cheap. They were never going to make any money off it there. So they put it off patent, and then lo and behold, next thing you know, like drugs get repurposed. Suddenly, it's good for this thing, but never going to make a fucking dime because it is like 20 to 50 cents a dose, I think.
I was on.
So, anyways, you know what I mean? Like that's one of those issues that, like, whoa, the hydrochloroquine thing, doesn't it work? Well, depends who you ask, right?
So there's empirical scientific evidence that hydrochloroquine does fuck all.
Sure. And that's fine, but
it was a drug that someone had tried that sounded cool and was easy to say and had a modicum of success in minimizing systemic effects from COVID-19 in people that were able-bodied.
Well, there's also the argument that, and this is another interesting one that I think, again, looking back, we're going to find is we're looking for the vaccine. We're looking for a pill. We're looking for hydrochloroquine. We're looking for this.
Yeah.
But the reality is a lot of modern medicine will never do it. You actually need this course, right? You know what I mean? Like, for example, another interesting one is I was never even aware of this until this whole COVID-19 thing came out, that you could have intravenous vitamin C.
Yep.
I didn't fucking know that, but turns out it's huge.
Yep.
And again, there's another one, so the treatment argument and that fight. And I'm like, what do you got? Because I like to initiate these discussions, but the reality is that it's this anti-vax is again, it's
That's
saline.
true.
Yeah.
Okay.
My body. If that is what I'm taking to prevent COVID, I never want COVID.
So that's interesting. Yeah, you had did you have a bad reaction on the first or second?
I
or
had a
both?
bad reaction to both doses.
Yikes. Because I've heard mixed. Some people more so on the second.
The first dose,
Some people nothing. You know.
the first dose,
Some people really bad.
I literally fucking was walking up my hill and thought I was dying.
Wow.
When I was seen by my in-laws that were in, I heard them say, "I think he's not gonna make it through the day."
Oh Jesus.
That's how fucking bad that
was
was.
from your first dose. Wow.
That was the first dose.
Holy fuck.
The second dose, I laid on my couch. Now, to be fair, I found out that the reason people the reason people have these reactions has nothing to do with the medication. It's actually an allergy.
Yeah, that's
the
interesting
reactions
too.
are an allergic thing. So the second dose, I took.
Is that water still hot?
I don't know. It's making tea.
You mean
Or
hot?
coffee or whatever, or hot chocolate or whatever I put in the fucking cup. I don't know. I'm having a fucking bag, man.
Good.
The reality is, like, it's not a vaccine, so it's not an anti-vax issue. The reason they chose the word vaccine instead of shot, like the flu shot,
Yeah.
So they could trick you into taking it.
no, is because legally they already had a system in place for documenting it.
I don't know if I buy that, but I see your logic.
Wait, I don't understand how you're not buying these things. They're statements of facts. We already have a way of tracking vaccines.
That is a fact. Yes, I don't believe that that's the reason why.
That's why they call it a vaccine, because you understand the legislation that has to be in place to get a way to track medicine. That you can, as John Q. Stormer,
You're right.
can ask me for.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that that's just happens to be in place so they can do that, but that's not the reason they did it.
No, that's why they call it a vaccine. It's a semantic thing.
I understand
calling
that.
it a vaccine, it falls under the vaccine laws.
And they had to reword what the meaning of vaccine was in order to make this a vaccine under the law.
Exactly.
Which should have fucking told you everything right there, because it's a fucking experiment.
I've been saying this from day one. If you have to alter the definition of what you are talking about, if you have to change the definition of words to make your argument is flawed.
Exactly. So I'm going to point out that we've been on the air for 4 hours.
Oh, new
Holy
record.
Fuck.
It is a record. Over
Talk
4
too much.
hours. I don't know.
No,
Great conversation. It was great. I loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality of the situation is did anybody get anything out of it, or are they just sitting there doing shots with us?
Probably all of the above. I got lots out of it.
I'm hip with that.
And we usually sit around degree, so it's actually kind of nice to have some spirit discussion.
I mean,
We don't
it's
know.
understand. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, I
I'm
don't know.
not saying to you, you don't have the right to believe what you want. You're not an if you're against the COVID vaccine, you're not an anti-vaxxer. Okay, you're someone that's against Tylenol for COVID.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not
you know
even
what?
against it. I just don't need it.
Well, and that's it. You know, it's interesting you say it because that is kind of where it's kind of got where it's come to now, right? You know, that's what's happened.
My philosophy is, though, it does, even if it reduces your chance of catching it by 1%, that is 1% I am safer around that person. If you choose to argue that you don't want to do these things and you're not going to get poked because you don't want to go to work and you don't want to go in restaurants and whatever else, that's great. That's a personal choice. Please don't be within 6 feet of me. Simple. 12 feet, possibly, because I can't take that risk. If
You've been taking that risk your whole life for every other virus and disease.
But I
that's walked it.
don't. This is the thing, though. You're assuming we do. We don't.
But you, okay.
COVID isn't the first time I've worn a mask in public, man.
No, I get that, and I know your situation, and I do feel for you.
You've
really do.
seen me at festivals. I don't get in the middle of the giant crowd. I stay 20 feet away.
Sure. Which is, and that's something that's, folks with immunocompromised conditions have, how you always dealt with it.
That's how we have to live. This
Yeah.
is no
Yeah.
different.
Yeah, exactly. That
And
is
my
a thing,
And I'm not
problem
taking that away from you.
Other than them wanting to shoot something that someone says gene therapy, it could be blue genes, green genes. I don't really care. It's Tylenol for COVID. Other than them tracking the medication, which I think is morally and intrinsically wrong, because nobody has a right to my fucking medical information.
Exactly.
Certainly not fucking the person that's serving food at Jungle
Which is
Gems.
really the only thing that I have against it.
And there's another elephant in the room that we don't have. It's not as huge in our face here in North America, little, but in Europe it is. And if folks ever wonder why, like, why were the protests so much stronger over there? And one is the soccer players. There's been some fucked up shit happen to those young guys. And the amount of guys dropping and having heart attacks and having bad reactions to these things is not normal.
That's because a lot of those soccer players are on all sorts of other shit.
Yeah, but they've always been on sorts of shit. And then all of a sudden, like, you can't say that because they've always been on their little, all the professional athletes.
We weren't
have
shooting
teams
them.
of people giving them steroids and how to avoid the things. But
we're
all of a sudden,
not shooting them full of what is still. It takes 20 years to properly develop a vaccine, I believe was the number, or some ridiculous number of years.
I think it's, I don't know, but probably the number I've heard thrown out the most is 10. It's typically a decade.
We'll
but
say
still
a decade.
10 years, right? Yeah.
Okay, we did it
Oh.
in 6 months.
Yeah, and then all these kids, these
So
guys getting heart
we're
conditions.
gonna shoot people full of a bunch of shit that we don't even know what it does. But the reason we're doing it is because the rest of the world's doing it.
Does that make it right though?
No, none of it's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing's been right since this fucking thing started. And they said, we're going to lock down and everyone. I can't deal with my children.
Oh,
Be
I know.
a fucking parent and shut your
alone is-
fucking mouth, you fucking bitch.
That
We're gonna
exposed-
fucking end it
that
on that
exposed
one.
a lot of people who are, yeah.
Yes.
Fuck.
Let's end it there.
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no worries.
That was fucking.
I mean, that's what it is. People don't want to deal with their kids.
Yep.
A lot of that too. Not you too.
That was fun.
I don't want to deal with their fucking